Alright, welcome back guys. Happy Tuesday! How have you been, people? How have you been? It's been a while since Thursday of last week. For me it's always a while. For me it's always a lot of time when it's a whole weekend until we rejoin together, till we meet again. Alright. There we go. Good. Good. Perfect. Good. Amazing. Smoothly as ever. You're already listening to Drakensang, day 4 of Metaphysical analysis of Drakensang, the Dark Eye, this magnificent German game that we are analyzing. A classic RPG, which is basically the equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. There we go. It's the German equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. Alright, sorry that I started a bit late today, exactly 30 minutes late, and today we'll have a shorter stream because today is a very special, well, not today, but on Friday of last week, and we usually don't stream on Fridays. No, Friday no, it was Saturday, and we also don't stream on Saturdays. Yeah, because Thursday was October 10th, and as you can read from the title description, on Saturday was October the 12th, and that is a very important date, people. So happy October the 12th to everyone in the Americas. It doesn't matter if it's the United States, here in Argentina, if it's Canada, if it's Mexico, if it's any country in the Americas. I know that in the English classification of the American hemisphere, of the whole continent of the Americas as a whole, is kind of like divided between North America and South America, but they share the geologic plate below the ground, and because of that, I'm giving you the reason, in Spanish countries there's no difference. Kind of like when we say America, like the it actually means the Americas, kind of like North and South America together, because they share the tectonic plate. But well, doesn't matter if there's a distinction between North or South America. However you may want to classify the continent, if you want to follow the geological plate or the I think it was the British classification that they separated them because of the cultural conquest that was kind of like separated. Like Spain got South America and the British Empire most of North America. It was also some French colonies, some Portugal got Brazil, for example, and basically with the Pope, the Spanish Empire and the Portuguese Empire, they divided, kind of like they split South America. Right, so happy October the 12th. We'll begin with a little celebration because this is a very important day, not only for me, but for everyone here in the Americas. And it's a tradition that has been sadly lost in a lot of cases due to rampant ignorance, and it's pretty much the day in which should be celebrated the most. In case you are wondering why is it celebrated today or whatever, in case you are wondering, the celebrations aren't as huge as they should be, they are not as important as they should be, and they should definitely be more important, because it is the day in which a Genoese sailor, explorer, called Christopher Columbus, pretty much in English, that's not the real name, a Genoese Italian who was working for the Spanish crown, landed here on the not here in Argentina, in pretty much in Central America for the first time, and from there the empires began spreading and civilizing the Americas. Now, well, I'll get into some details as I always do every year, because I think it's for anyone who resides in the Americas, North American continent, South American continent, the Americas as a whole. Um, it should be the most important day, and that's why every year I take the time, just like we did last time while I was playing Dungeon Siege 3, and the previous year to that when I was playing, I don't remember what game I was playing, I think it was an RTS. I like to celebrate it together with all of you. So he landed here, in the Americas, in Central America, in it was in 1492, no, 93, 1493. He had 3 ships with him, basically. Only 3 ships with him. I know the names in Spanish, don't ask me to call them in English. I should look up those. Basically three ships, 3 frigates, I believe they were. No, they were smaller. They didn't give him a lot of money. It was basically founded, the expedition, by the Spanish Empire. So because and when they discovered it, basically this treaty that I commented to you between Portugal and Spain, um, and the Pope acted as kind of like this is basically a very very compressed and brief story. Basically acted as yeah, as an arbiter, pretty much, as a negotiator that basically divided South America between the 2 predominant maritime Catholic empires. Um, of course, the let me change to the home browser camera already because we are gonna read something, a little short text, so you have the details. So you have the details in case you haven't heard of it or you have heard about it incorrectly, which is the very reason I'm commenting about this. Basically, these 2 Catholic empires back in the day divided the continent after Columbus landed, basically. But of course, by that time, due to the Protestant reform that Britain had been through previously to this, several years previously to this, basically England was already a Protestant country and was acting independently from the authority, from the centralized authority of the Pope, which was basically a prominent figure throughout the um, throughout the medieval ages, kind of like before the Protestant reform in England. Basically, um, each kingdom, each medieval kingdom that emerged after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 753, I believe it was. I may be wrong about the dates. I'm just using my memory, but I believe it was 753 after Christ, of course, people. So basically, all of those Catholic kingdoms that emerged, the Franks, the ones from Age of Empires, basically, just to have a rough idea, roughly the idea, they were all Catholic, and they respond and they all answer to the Pope as the centralized authority of the old Roman Empire, even if it had already fallen. So, because even if the empire had fallen, the religion was still predominant. Catholicism was still predominant. So, after that, so for example, they had to ask the Pope for permission to wage war against another feudal lord, for example, and some other things. They had to ask for permission. So, basically, England went Protestant with the Protestant reform. It's not like that, it was a gradual process. It went from Catholic to Protestant, and because that had happened some years ago when England discovered that the Pope had been the arbiter between Spain and Portugal to basically get all of the Americas, they basically said, no, we'll disembark there, and then they joined up as well, and basically they colonized and civilized what it is now the United States of America, and also the French joined as well. There are also some small, for example, there were other empires at the time, but for example, except for the Prussian Empire, except for what it is now Germany, Germany didn't have kind of like maritime potential in the Americas, but the others, yes, Great Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal, basically because of their geographical position right to the Atlantic, right in the with all of the access to the Atlantic Ocean. Right, so they all join up, and those also the Netherlands. I was forgetting about one. The Netherlands also was very predominant back in the day. In case you don't know, for example, the original name of New York City was New Amsterdam City, just to have a reference, and it was originally kind of like colonized by the Netherlands. Right. So all of these colonial empires, before World War One, before World War Two, they all disembarked here in the Americas, and this is the key point that is always the main discussion of revisionism that tries to destroy the legacy of this incredible historical event, when they use something called the Black Legend. The Black Legend. It doesn't have to do with racial issues or anything like that. It is called the Black Legend because the main point of this theory is that when all of the colonial empires that I mentioned, Great Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal, discovered the Americas and civilized them, the main point is that they historical revisionism tries to tell people that they brought ruin, and basically it's called the Black Legend because supposedly they brought the Black Pest. It's not because of racial issues, it's because supposedly they brought the Black Pest. But as a whole, let me tell you right from here, and right from someone who belongs to a who lives in a country and was born in a country that was originally called the Viceroyalty of River Plate. It was a Spanish colony, so I have empirical evidence and the historical evidence to basically tell you that the amount of historical revisionism that we are being indoctrinated with nowadays, it's absolutely disgusting. Why? Because I'll give you a very graphic reference. Of why the Black Legend is a complete and false claim. Basically, the Black Legend tells us that all of these colonial empires, instead of bringing civilization and instead of bringing civility and decency and morals to the New World, which was the original name of the Americas that we couldn't celebrate on, because as I said, I don't stream on Saturdays, so I wanted to do it today before we begin. Instead of all of that, they say that all of those colonial empires brought ruin. That is completely false. False. Because I'll give you a graphic description of what they found when they landed here in Mexico, in North America, here in South America. It doesn't matter the region. All they found was death. People think that, oh no, the innocent natives of the Americas were peacefully together, and then the big bad white Europeans came and killed all of them. No, people, that's not what happened. That's historical revisionism and indoctrination. Basically, this is what happened. The Europeans landed, Columbus landed, and this is what happened. A bow gun attack. They were all savages. They did human sacrifices. They killed especially women and children. They killed between each other the different tribes, the ones that you must have probably heard of. It doesn't matter if it's North America or South America. The Aztecs, the Mayans, in the case of the United States, the Sioux, the Mohawks, the Iroquois, that now they changed their name. I don't know what they are trying to do. For example, in Age of Empires 3, the historical revisionism changed their names. So they think that when Columbus landed and the Spanish Empire and the British Empire discovered all of the Americas, they think that they picture the native tribes as civilized, when that's straight up a lie. Straight up a lie. That is called the Black Legend. Not because of racial issues, as I've said, not because of a modern racial issue at all. It has to do with the fact that that theory supports that the European empires brought the Black Pest, which is also false. So, all of this historical revisionism is responsible for indoctrinating people so they become, crazy socialists who will vote for the Democrat Party. I don't know. So, basically, people, that is the reality of the situation. This is the graphical description. The Columbus landed, the Spanish landed here, and the British landed there. This is what they got. A bowgun, attack, that's it, bowgun. Remember, we land, bowgun. That's it. That's all they got when they got, that's all they stumbled upon when they got here, besides the things that I've already said. Of course, they were uncivilized, absolutely savage. They didn't develop a language at all. There was no language, so there's no possibility of civilization when there's no language. Language was the main, the most prominent creation of humanity, even more than our gaming PCs nowadays. So basically, that is the idea, people. And I hate it when people describe the landing of the discovery of the new world of the Americas as the big bad white Europeans. This is also related to the white guilt theory that socialists are pushing nowadays. The big bad white guilted Europeans landed and killed all of the natives. Oh, poor natives, they were so good. We would have been much better. I've heard people say we would have been much better, both the United States and us here in South America. We would have been much better if they hadn't landed here. Yeah, we would have been much better. Absolute ignorance. The epitome of revisionism, probably. And let me tell you the reality of what happened. Not because I'm a genius or because it's because I'm simply not illiterate. I'm not a genius, but I'm not illiterate. See how it is. It's as simple as this. They landed, they were attacked, and like every creature pretty much in the world, when you are attacked, you defend yourself. If on top of that you add the fact that the Europeans were civilized and the natives weren't civilized, it is even more justified to say that the landing of the Americas was a miracle. It was a miracle because the Europeans, the Spaniards, the British, well, not all Europeans, the Spaniards of that time, the British of that time, the Britons of that time, the French of that time, and the Portuguese of that time, they brought and marginally the Netherlands as well. a bit more prominently at the beginning, but then the influence got a bit. It was less. It kind of like gradually faded, as I told you. So basically, they brought civilization. It doesn't matter if it's Protestant Christianity or Catholic Christianity. It doesn't matter. Civilization, language, coin, diplomacy, basic human a morality system, basically morals, culture, food, woodwork, gunpowder, or powder as a whole, and technology as a whole. Let's call it economics, everything, infrastructure, everything. These European empires discovered the Americas and civilized them. And all they found here when they disembarked was death. Basically, death. Human sacrifices, people who didn't understand any language, savages, basically, that attacked everything around them, and were living in the Bronze Age, basically. So I deeply, if there's one thing I deeply despise is when historical revisionism tries to tell unaware individuals that the big bad white European powers, empires, killed all of the innocent native tribes of North America and South America, and they oppressed everyone around them. No, let me tell you one thing. The Aztecs, yeah, the heroes of this, supposedly the heroes of this story, the Aztecs, the ones that they are glorifying so much, as I've said, human sacrifices, especially of women and children, to the serpent god Quetzalcoatl, I think it fucking was, and some other shit. For example, they killed between them the native tribes. They hated each other, and in fact, a lot of native tribes helped the Spanish and the British fight against the real oppressors, who were the Aztecs in Central America, and well, here in South America, they were much less. It was much more underpopulated. In that sense, for example, the viceroyalty of River Plate was extremely underpopulated. Not even the natives come down here. That's why it's such a virgin and fertile land. Argentina. It's basically more than twice the riches of, for example, well, Ukraine before the war, and many countries because of that. So basically, that's the thing. Another myth. The colonial empires, so they allied with the tribes, with the really oppressed tribes, to liberate everyone and bring civilization. That is the only reality of what happened, because historical revisionism in itself is telling you that it's revisionizing, it's revisiting the concept that was originally objective. It is telling it to you in the very name. It's judging the past with moral values of the present, and that is straight up wrong. I cannot judge empires from 1493 from 500 years ago with the moral compass of a modern nation after World War I and World War II. Just like I cannot judge medieval ages with the moral compass of the colonial or modern age is a technical denomination. The ages are basically ancient, medieval. Yeah, it depends if it's Spanish or in English the classification, but basically this is modern history and then postmodern, which would be now. So I cannot judge colonial empires from 500 years ago with the moral values of the present. I cannot say that the native tribes of the Americas were innocent. We cannot say that because that's historical revisionism, people. And that the big bad European powers just killed them. No, they brought civilization and they helped those that were being annihilated by specifically the Aztecs in Central America and for example, the Iroquois Confederacy in North America. There were dominant tribes that killed the others around them, and when the European powers landed, they brought civilization with all of the things that I mentioned to you, and that proved to be, of course, effective because they weren't in the Bronze Age, and they civilized the continent. It's not a matter, as I always say, it's not a matter of mental perception, people. Historical revisionism doesn't understand objective metaphysical reality. Why? Because it ignores it. Because when reality is defined as the sum of our mental perceptions, then logical arguments are useless. Because if reality is the sum of our mental perceptions, then metaphysical entities aren't independent from our opinions. And thus, I can then use historical revisionism as it is being now used nowadays to indoctrinate the population to think that when the imperial European powers landed on the Americas, they were they simply killed all of the natives, and basically there, from that very point, they originate the white guilt theory. All of that is absolutely false and wrong because of the reasons I've been telling you. They brought civilization, infrastructure, the concept of having a currency, and countless of other things, culture, a moral compass, and a lot of advancements that are responsible for the fact that then the definitive proof that that civilization was brought to the Americas by the European powers, and that it was probably the most positive thing that ever happened to humanity, at least here in the Americas, is that then 500 years, well, not 500 years later, 400 years later, after World War II, the United States emerged as the first world power of the world. Only the United States could stop the regime that had sadly kidnapped Germany back then. So when they say that the landing of Columbus here in the Americas was a genocide of the native tribes, and that the native tribes had a lot to give to humanity and everything, and they create the concept of white guilt in European population, it's absolutely disgusting and false. So I wanted to celebrate October the 12th. It doesn't matter the name. For example, Day of the Americas, Columbus's Day. Here, for example, we call it Day of the Races. For example, in South America, it's called Day of the Races instead of Columbus's Day or Day of the Americas. But it's the same. It's Columbus's Day. Now, Of course, you'll see why I support calling it Columbus's Day, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Day of the Races or Day of the Americas is perfectly fine. And just be aware that all of this indoctrination that sadly, especially in the United States but also in Europe, that we are suffering originated in the Democrat Party with Barack Obama. That's when I at least started to notice that it started. The presidency of Obama after Bush, it's precisely when all of these disgusting doctrines, these disgusting and false because they are objectively false, theories, that's when they created not when they created it, but when they absorbed the Black Legend and incorporated it to their theory. So be proud that we are descended, in the case of the United States, primarily from the British Empire, and here primarily from the Spanish Empire, basically. Um, and then after World War II, of course, we had much more migration. We had much more migration from all countries in Europe, basically, from all countries in Europe. And because of that, the Americas are what they are today. Rich in land, but also in culture, especially in the United States, in Canada, where the French also were there. They also conquered a lot of it. And here in the southernmost cone. If you pay attention, the Human Development Index in Central America, due to the fact that there was a mix of blood, instead of what historically it is what happened, instead of the conquest that we had in Canada, in the United States, and in Argentina, you can see that the Human Development Index is the highest possible in those regions that were civilized by Great Britain and the Spanish Empire down here. Why? Because they carried out conquests that civilized the rest of the continent afterwards. Unfortunately, here in Argentina, I can tell you my story. I know that in the United States there's a long story that you have probably heard it 1,000 times. How they dealt with the Iroquois Confederacy, in what is now the zone of New England, and from there they managed to civilize the rest of the continent. Here we had something called in Argentina called the Conquest of the Desert, which was pretty similar in that sense. Fortunately, we had a president who followed the British doctrine, and this is after Argentina was independent, who followed the British doctrine after being independent from Spain, and this is in 1880, basically in the right before the right before the 20th century, basically 1880, 1870. Basically, we had probably it's like the Argentine George Washington. Just so you have an idea, he was called precisely Argentine Julius Rock. Would be a translation. I don't know the translation in English because there's no need to know that name in English. The translation would be Julius Argentine Rock. Yes, his surname like Rock, like the Rock Johnson. Yeah. His last name was a Rock. He finished the civilization process some 70 years after our independence, for example. For example, because we got independent after the first and second British invasion in the Napoleonic Wars. Basically, Napoleon and Spain were going up against the British, and because of that, Great Britain tried to take these very streets, as I always mention, in 2 invasions. Sadly, it didn't work, because then I can, as I said, I just proved you culturally that then, some 70 years later, even if the country was independent, the main George Washington president, well, keeping the independence, of course, he followed the British doctrine of conquest and colonization more than the Spanish one, because the Spanish one was about mixing with the locals. In the case of the United States, in the case of Canada, and in the case of us, fortunately, thanks to that legendary hero, we went the conquest route of conquering the whole land without mixing with the local population that was deemed as savage, as because of the description that I'm telling you, it definitely was. As I said, you land on. Imagine you landing here in the Americas. You are getting out of the boat. Bogan. That's it. Bogan. One dead. Men down. Prepare the bayonets. That's it. That. Do you see that it's much more realistic at what I'm telling you than believing that the big bad Europeans landed and the pure indigenous population said, "Oh, they are so bad. They are so bad. We are so innocent. Please don't attack us. Don't attack us. No, 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 no." Do you think that's realistic? Honestly, see how childish it is for people who were in the Bronze Age, because the year was 1493. Well, let's imagine that it was a bit more advanced. 1500s. Let's imagine it's 1500s. 1500s, but they were in the Bronze Age. The native tribes were in the Bronze Age. Do you believe it's reasonable for people who didn't even know how to speak that they would basically just sit down to drink a tea with the British? Do you think that's realistic for what I'm telling you? For Bronze Age people in 1490, in the 1500s here that were isolated all the time? Do you think that's realistic? That the Europeans land and they say, "Oh well, let's discuss this." Let's discuss this. No problem. No, that's not realistic. That's called magic thought. Psychologically, that's called magic thought. Thinking that something will solve by itself. No, things are solved by humans who put in effort to solve the situation. In this case, through conquest and civilization of the continent. Alright, so with all of that said, happy October the 12th, happy Columbus Day, happy Day of the Americas, happy Day of the Races. Indeed. And as I've said, people, fortunately, thanks to that, fortunately, at least the United States, Canada, Argentina, and Australia then, it's a different story. Australia is a different story. It's not in the Americas, but it followed a similar pattern. A bit in that sense. So at least there are 3 countries in all of the Americas. We could also count Uruguay and Chile around us, but not to the degree of Argentina. If we are being strict, there are only 3: Canada, the United States, and Argentina. There are 3 countries that at least the legacy of the original European empires live on, with our independence, with our everything being independent and everything, but that we embraced civilization. And you can see the difference, and the consequences, because I generally don't judge people from other regions, but yes, in the Americas, because where I am. You can see the difference in the Human Development Index of the United States and Canada and the southernmost cone down here in Argentina, pretty much, and our neighboring countries, Uruguay and Chile, but they were originally Argentine provinces, in case you don't know. It's like Germany with Switzerland, something like that. The Uruguay and Chile were originally Argentine provinces of the Viceroyalty of River Plate, of the original Viceroyalty. But in the case of Uruguay, I believe it was part of us. I think it was. In the case of Chile, I think it was independent. So basically, it was an independent province. Provinces, they are like the states, or the cantons. Use whichever denomination you want to use, or the counties, or whatever. Basically, there are still 3 countries in the Americas that fortunately embraced their European heritage, and it shows. It shows. Millions of studies will confirm you that the Human Development Index is the highest possible in the zone of New England of the United States, and the United States as a whole, and of course Canada, particularly the capital and all of the big cities around the East Coast. But as a whole, both of the countries, the same goes for Argentina, basically around the capital where I am, but also as a whole, the 3 countries as a whole, they have the highest development index of all of the region. Of all of the continent, European-like Human Development Index. You know why? Because we don't call... We decided not to call the European powers, the European conquest of the Americas, a genocide. Because of that single decision, and because we embraced our European heritage and legacy, is that we are civilized as Europe right now. And before someone says, but they're extremism, and in the United States Trump is about to win, and those things, and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Perhaps there will be the day in which we all see that freedom of expression as is an inherent right of our existence rather than something granted to us by the government. And yes, freedom of expression does include insults and does include any kind of a speech that the person wants to give. Why? Because the point of freedom of expression being inherent to the human condition rather than a right granted by the state is that the people can wonder, that the rest of the population can wonder why. Why is that person insulting? Why is there a biological process, a biological chemical process in his brain so strong as to make that single person insult? That's why freedom of expression should include insulting. That's why. Just like it does in the United States. It's a unique case in the world. And that's why the United States does have more freedom than the rest of our countries. Precisely. I don't believe that freedom should be extreme. For example, I think it shouldn't encourage hedonism, personal pleasure as the purpose of human existence. I don't think freedom should be unlimited completely, but I do think it should include unpopular speeches. And that is something that we should all, for example, learn from the United States in that sense. And that would have never been possible without the history of colonization of the Americas that the country went through. So perhaps we should all learn a bit from that way of designing freedom of expression. Instead of being a right granted by the modern state, like it is, for example, in European countries, and by extension here in Argentina as well. Freedom of expression is basically a right that is granted to you by the state, by the government. But in the United States, freedom of expression is inherent to the human condition. So it's stronger. There's a stronger emphasis on the protection of that specific right. So when people say, I don't like this person, I don't like this one, I don't like this, I think when they say far right, when they say far right extremism, first of all, nowadays, that means, sadly, it means normal. It means normal because of how extremely socialist we've become. But not only that, freedom of expression, just like it is in the United States, should be absolute in all of the world by now. So if we have all of those things, it's because that legendary October 12th happened, and all of that history unfolded, and the European powers brought civilization to the Americas. They didn't oppress anyone. The white guilt theory is nothing but historical revisionism mixed with cultural Marxism. That's all there is to it, basically. You are bad because you are white. How can someone support that? And you would be surprised to know that sadly that's the most popular mainstream ideology that is fortunately being fought right now. Fortunately, the tide is turning and things are going back a bit to normal. But the white guilt theory that specifically the Obama administration designed, I think it has caused the most damage possible in the world since World War II. Straight up. And I'll tell you why. First, because it encourages hedonism. As I've said, setting the purpose of human life as personal pleasure. The purpose of human life is personal pleasure. That's basically the direct psychological result of the white guilt theory. Straight up. Straight up. The purpose of human existence is personal pleasure instead of having a decent life and promoting the existence of families who are the core of society. And as I've said, that's why I always criticize the Obama administration, precisely because nowadays we have children who hate their parents as a direct consequence of that. Not only in the United States, all around the world. We have children who hate their parents, their grandparents, their genetical legacy. Do you think that's normal? Honestly, can someone say that that is normal? No. But well, people. The only thing I get with this is people unfollowing my channel and unsubscribing over at YouTube. The only thing I get with this. But well, I live on my own, which has nothing to do with streaming, fortunately, and I can have the freedom to say all of these things. As I see the thing, wealth gives you freedom, because if you have a job, you get money, and because of that, you don't need to depend on any feudal lord, any political figure at all. See the problem of socialism. It works like that. So, going back to October the 12th, before you hate me even more, I hope there is ever someone who will like my they are not stories, my knowledge of having a non-historical revisionist theory on these things, basically. So if nowadays the United States, Canada, and down here the southernmost cone, we have the highest human development index of all of the Americas, it is because of the Day of the Races, the Day of the Americas, Columbus's Day, and that and nothing else. We are not civilized because of Obama. We are not civilized because of the white guilt theory of the Democrat Party or anything else like that. It is absolutely sad, just in case you're interested, it is absolutely sad that the Democrat Party has been taken by basically socialists slash Marxist communists. And in case I know you cannot see it, if you are from a developed country, I know you cannot see it right now. You cannot see it. You cannot see the. I know that a lot of people, very few people, can see the consequences without suffering them of what socialist policies bring to them. So very few people, sadly. But well, hopefully that'll change. But I come from the future because in Argentina we've had 100 years of socialist policies after this legendary hero that I told you about, and I come from the future. Trust me, I come from the future. When you spend more money than what your taxpayers can give you, there's only one outcome. And when you try to distort metaphysical reality, in that sense, honestly, the independent voters of the United States, in the case of Obama, I will never be able to understand it. I'll never be able to understand it. Well, perhaps you didn't know. Well, most of us don't know what they are going to bring down upon us when they do those things. But well, fortunately, as I've said, freedom of expression is the strongest constitutional right of the United States, fortunately, and it will definitely set things correctly instead of the insane amount of censorship that we have nowadays. One last thing before we begin to celebrate it. Here you have Columbus's Day. Here you have you can see that I'm not lying to you. I have to do this so people can at least verify that I'm not lying. And there's one interesting detail. Well, they have the original names in Spanish here. La Niña Pinta y la Santa Maria. Basically, they are the three ships. Ah, look at that. They never got translated in English. Oh, look at that. They're in Spanish. It means the little, well, the Saint Mary, the little girl would be the translation. And this one, the La Pinta, I don't know what the translation would be, honestly, in that case. It's way too old for me to understand. Well, basically, there's a little detail that I wanted to comment to you. One last detail that it's quite interesting. Here, for example, you have Mexico that is being run by communist drug dealers nowadays. Because in case you don't know, Central America has the perfect climate to all of the drug cartels that you see. It's because Central America has the proper climate to grow crops of drugs, basically, something that we don't have in the northernmost and southernmost cones because we are way too cold half of the year. So because of that, Mexico is right now controlled by drug cartels. In case you know, communist drug cartels. The presidents are puppets of drug cartels. Sorry to be so explicit, but I'd rather have a harsh truth than, well, as our president says, a comfortable life, for example. That's a pretty good analogy that our current president did to convince those who were socialists, for example. It's a better harsh truth than a comfortable lie. I'll steal that one. I won't be very original there. I've been original in a lot of cases, people. You have to give me credit. So this was the case for Mexico, the Day of the Race, as you can see, until it renamed it to Day of the Pluricultural Nation. Day of the Pluricultural Nation. See what's the problem when you don't do the conquest of the desert here, or the conquest of the far west in the case of the United States. See what's the problem. Then a degenerate, a socialist degenerate, a communist controlled by a drug dealer will ensure to destroy the cultural legacy of your civilized society. That's the problem. Pretty much. Some countries, such as Spain, refer to the day as Day of Hispanicity. This is another thing. This is because for Spain, it was originally, we were all part of the Spanish Empire, just like the 13 colonies of the US. It is true that in Spain, this one, yes, the Day of Hispanicity is true because we were all part of the same empire. In that sense, it's true that for Spain, it's a particular case, it is the Day of Hispanicity. So, pretty much, here you have another case with Peru, pretty much in Central America. A Day of the Indigenous Peoples and Intercultural Dialogue Day. You can see how historical, there you can see perfectly how historical revisionism always ends up being ridiculous. You cannot call a single day Day of the Indigenous Peoples and Intercultural Dialogue, because day here. Sorry, Indigenous Peoples and Intercultural Dialogue Day. You cannot call it like that. For it's first of all, it doesn't reflect metaphysical reality of what happened, because always remember this. Always remember this is the key. You are whatever European country that you can possibly imagine. It's a very descriptive image. I came up with it myself. Basically, you disembark, Bogan. That's it. That's all that happened. You disembark. You are getting out of the... Oh, we discovered a new world. The Spaniards and the Britons. Oh, with our bayonets, we discovered a new world. What's this? We have to tell this to our local governments in London and Madrid, the capitals. Basically. Oh, wow. I think it was Seville back then for Spain. I think the capital changed or something like that. Oh, wow. What is this? We discovered a whole new world. Oh, what's that? There are humans. Oh, there are humans. Bogan, man down. Prepare the bayonets. Fire. That's all that happened. They were in the Bronze Age. They weren't civilized. Don't you see that it's childish to use historical revisionism to further support the Black Theory? That the Europeans brought the Black Pest. Absolute message. The Black Pest was predominant in all of the worlds until vaccines were widely developed. It's not a matter of landing on the Americas. Please. Way too much. There's way too much illiteracy. Sadly. Recognized contribution of Americans of Italian descent, and then of course after World War II, here in Argentina we had in all of the Americas massive migration, even more from Italian. You know that I'm Italian, precisely. And my last name, as I always mention every year, here you have, that my name is Christian, even though I'm an atheist. But look at this. You know who this is? Well, if you've been reading, you already know. It's not a surprise. The original name of Christopher Columbus, with the U, Columbus with the U, the capital of Ohio. But for example, in Sri Lanka, you'll see that this is the capital of Sri Lanka, a very remote country. It's an island right outside of India that they recently chased down their fucking dictator, and he had to run like the coward he is. Basically, dictators are like that. Socialist dictators, especially. They were all... Well, then we'll get into that other day. Here you can see that the original Italian Genoese name is Cristoforo Colombo. Well, there you have it. That's my last name. I am not a relative. It was a very common last name in Italy, precisely, especially northern Italy, which is the region, and medieval families during the Crusades. It means daube. It means daube. In medieval families during the Crusades, they they all there weren't any anti there weren't any population control methods, and basically families were it was common for men to have different families in different towns, because basically families which were much bigger, and eventually there were a lot of kind of like interconnected family trees, and basically the same family tree of Christopher was shared with many families in Italy. So we can say distant relative or whatever. No, not direct relative. It's kind of like the same family tree because of how medieval family trees work, that they were shared across a lot of people, especially in the times of the Crusades. Basically, they in the medieval ages, since medieval ages, they were all kind of like huge, and for example, genetically, maybe I had nothing to do. For example, it is true that I will be genetically closer to him than people from other countries, but that's pretty much it. Not everyone who bears this last name, like me, uh, we are his relatives at all. But it is true that it's the same main medieval family tree. It is true that then created a lot of families, and from there each family had its own people. So proud of it, of course, proud of the surname, of my last name, basically of my last name. Proud that the capital of Ohio is basically called the English denomination of it. Basically, there's also a Columbus obelisk in Baltimore. Oh, what, quite interesting. And many Italian Americans. Well, I would be Italian South American. But just so you have an idea, for example, not even me, and probably not none of you that are watching. Well, perhaps a portion of you who are watching from the Americas as a whole. In my case, I only arrived. My great grandpa only arrived here in 19 after World War II. After World War II, 1947, 50, something like that. I'm, for example, a 100-year European migrant would be my genetic tree. 100 years European migrant, for example. My great grandpa, and it's probably the same with all of you. There's a lot of recent migration after World War II. Unfortunately, that helped civilize the continent even more. So proud to be Italian South American would be for the English denomination, but for the Spanish denomination it would be Italian American, because the continent there's no division between North and South in terms of the continent, because they share the same geological plate below them. So happy Columbus Day for everyone! A very important day of the race, day of the Americas. And here, well, I don't know how much revisionism the Wikipedia page may have, but absolutely proud of it. And I hate it and I definitely despise it when when see they try to do it here as well. Look at this in Argentina. At this, the day of the race was established in Argentina in 1916 by a decree of one of our first presidents. The name would be unpronounceable in English. The name was changed to Day of Respect of Cultural Diversity by a presidential decree in 2010 issued by probably the greatest killer of all of our history, this woman, the only woman president that we've had, communist, basically. She's an ally. She was an ally of Putin, an ally of Russia, of Cuba, of the the worst communism that Putin brought to Russia, basically, and China as well. The statue of Columbus was removed from its original position near our White House. That's the White House. In our case, it's this one. White House, seat of the executive power. It's in our case, it's Rose House instead of White House, and replaced by one of the wife of another patriot of another patriot who made Argentina independent, but she had no participation in the war. This is a lie. A patriot in the leader of triumph for independence and who had indigenous ancestors. Lie. She was a Spaniard, basically. And well, basically they destroyed the statue of Columbus. They destroyed the statue of Columbus. I bet you now you understand a lot of things about me. They brought down the statue of Columbus. They changed the name of the day here. So please, in the United States, don't change the name of Day of the Americas or Columbus's Day. Please don't change it. Please don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Look at that. In Ohio, they removed Columbus Day as a city holiday in 2018. Oh, Day of the Native American Day after their own tribe. Oh, good, it's already on their way over there. Well, here you can see the perfect. I didn't know that. Here you can see the perfect 2018. Look at the dates. 2010 for us, 2018 for the United. See how they slowly, but they were all after the presidency of who? Of Obama. Exactly. See that I'm not stupid, even if I'm a million miles away. People are not stupid. At least I am not stupid. After 2010 here and 2018 there, both of them after 2008. What a coincidence, one would say. What a coincidence. I don't know if I think it was first presidency still. I think it was first presidency of Obama. I don't think it was a second one. I think it would be by the end, not 2018, 2010 I mean. It would be the end of the first one. Well, whatever, it's the same stuff. So, honor your blood, people. Honor your legacy, because it is what helped us be what we are today, thanks to all of those brave explorers that decided to cross the Atlantic into the unknown, just as if today someone would jump into space, discovering a new planet, and someone said, but the aliens, they are so civilized, they just shoot him with some laser guns to kill him. No, the aliens were so civilized. No, we must all be we must all be understanding of the aliens' feelings that are well, they wouldn't use bow guns. They would use laser pistols. Let's change bow gun for laser pistol. They just shot 3 laser pistols in Mars to our explorers, and they just killed the 3 astronauts. It would be the equivalent, huh? Don't think I know it sounds crazy, but the most brilliant ideas come from crazy minds. Sometimes it wouldn't be much of a difference. There would be a degenerate who would say that they just killed 3 humans. They just killed 3 astronauts with their fucking laser pistols. they just used, they just intoxicated an astronaut with their green goo or something like that. That would be way too much. All right, the conversation has already went to shit right now. All right, perfect. Happy October the 12th, as I do every year, and happy October the 12th, and be proud of our European legacy. Never, my 2 cents. If you want to listen to this fool, I'm definitely an idiot, people. I'm definitely an idiot. Everyone is going to hate me over at YouTube and here for saying, yeah, I'm an idiot. But well, I'm an idiot. But if you want my 2 cents, people, never, never feel this stupid concept of white guilt that the Native Americans were innocent here in North and South America, that they were innocent, and that the big bad European white powers attacked and what they brought civilization. Civilization. They conquered the Americas and brought civilization. Civilization. I wanted to celebrate this day of the races, this day of the Americas, this Columbus Day, with honor to all of our ancestors here in the Americas, who were European, not Native Americans, not the white guilt theory, not the black legend. It's called black legend because they say they brought the black pest, which was common throughout all of the world, not only Europe, because the vaccines weren't a thing. And never feel guilty because you are white and because your ancestors were European. Never, never. Because historical revisionism is indoctrination. Indoctrination. Straight up. If you want the 2 cents of an idiot who the only thing that I accomplish with this is losing followers over at Twitch and subscribers over at YouTube. It's the only thing I accomplish by saying this because I know how indoctrination works with mainstream media and everything. So, if you want my 2 cents for a healthy life, be proud of our European ancestors. Spanish down here in the Southern Cone, or British in the United States of America and Canada. And especially in the United States, in Canada, and here in Argentina, the only 3 countries of the Americas who carried out a conquest in which the European colonizers brought civilization to the whole territory. Because in Brazil, for example, there are still territories that are not civilized. In Mexico, well, besides being taken by drug cartels, there are territories that are still not civilized. Why? Because they didn't carry out the conquests that we carried out in Argentina, in the United States, and in Canada. So, especially to our 3 countries, a huge celebration for the Day of the Americas. I wanted to do it. I wanted to celebrate it today because we couldn't do it because I don't stream on Saturdays, and October the 12th ended up being on Saturday this year. So happy October the 12th, happy Columbus Day, happy Day of the Americas, Day of the Races to all of ya. Alright. With all of that said, people, for today will be a shorter stream. We'll do 3 hours mostly. We'll do 3 hours of Drakensang the Dark. I will continue our metaphysical analysis to reach metaphysical reality, precisely, of our philosophical analysis to reach metaphysical reality of Drakensang 1, the Dark Eye. Alright, we are still learning the concepts, but let's get to it, shall we, once and for all? Let's get to it. Let me bring this here. Let me bring this here so I can see all of you once again. Let me bring this here. There we go. We organize this over here. There we go. Nicely done. And we go back to the... And we go back to the gameplay camera. Welcome back, people. Welcome back. We are ready to continue with day number 4 of analysis of Drakensang 1, The Dark Eye. Very well, it's been a whole weekend, but I think I remember what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, pretty much. Last time we were going up against those Amoebas, a very deadly foe. Let me put this human performance. Oh, sorry. 1 second. There we go. A very deadly foe. A very, very deadly foe. We learned that we cannot equip that we cannot use spells. That we cannot use spells. That we cannot use spells when wearing metal armor or metal metal armor basically. So mages are not meant to use metal armor at all. We learned about the armor system of the game basically, which is it has to do with every individual point that you see here. We learned how to... I learned a lot last time. I know that in case of that, when in doubt in this game, right click answers all of your doubts. I still need to learn how to unlock I think you get more... we learned that we get more spells when we have to basically buy new spells. Rotten Sting, because we are fighting the Amoebas. I'm having that, for example, this Charisma Rotten Sting. There you can see the active effect. This is because of that. Alright, last time we almost could beat them, but there was a huge group of Amoebas that basically drove me out of the place. We were almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. Besides, today, people, I am testing new keycaps for my keyboard. They are pretty good. Then I can show them to you by the end of it. There are some new red. They're straight from the United States. They brought them from there because here we don't have them. Had to import them. They are the Cherry MX red for my Corsair Straff. In case you know, the Corsair Straff was a limited keyboard. That's why I will never part with it. I love it. It is basically a K70 without the macros, which I never liked macros. Like, for me, the best macros are the basic keys. Like, why would I needed a rather short keyboard. So I love the Corsair Straff because it's short, it's minimalistic, but without being like those extremely small keyboards in which you don't have a lot of room, and you still have all of the perks of a mechanical Corsair keyboard. So I highly recommend it if you can find it so far. But I used it so much that there they are. These are the ones that drove us out of the crypt last time, people, on Tuesday. Now there's another group that was chasing after us. So if I remember correctly, let me go for a burst of flame. Yeah, last week we learned a lot about the combat system of the game and everything. Alright, I have them in passive mode. Let me put all of the NPCs. With that, you put the NPCs on auto engage, which is precisely what I need because they are melee fighters. I want them to engage automatically so I can stay in the back row, let's say, and cast all of these spells without getting killed. Well, you follow us whenever you can, Gladys. You're over there. The Amoebas are generally not that powerful, but last time I think they swarmed us, kind of like a group of 4 or 5 of them, and I had to retreat. But well, what the? See, they stun. They stun, for example. There you can see it. Fear. In this game, fear is not like in World of Warcraft. It's not in World of Warcraft. Fear is that you don't have control of your character and it just runs around. Here, fear, read, stun, kind of like the classic. Here we can see the inherited naming conventions of classic Dungeons and Dragons games. Remember that this is kind of like the German interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons. It's basically Dungeons and Dragons. It inherits elements from Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale and Neverwinter Nights, etc. And the classic tabletop game of Dungeons and Dragons, people, pretty much. So, as a quick recap, on Tuesday we learned about the stat system that I was commenting. The fact that we cannot cast spells if we are wearing any kind of a steel. It doesn't matter if it's a hat or gloves or whatever. Let me activate my buffs. See, for example, I didn't know, up until last week, I didn't know what this spell did, this fastness of body. But now, remember people, our rule. In case of that, right click. That's the answer. When you don't know what something does in this game, right click. And there you'll have the explanation. For example, if I do this, I can see the armor values. And this is very interesting because you can see that it only affects the head. Unlike that, I can also do the same with spells. When in doubt, right click. There you have all of the description. And here you can see all of the stats that I didn't understand at the beginning, like a pretty pathetic noob, sorry. But it happens to all of us. Whenever you get to a new game that is as complex as this, when the abstract complexity, when you play a new game that has the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics that a full-fledged classic RPG has, like this one, you always have to relearn something. It even happened to me, with Dungeon Siege 3 last year, people. You can see it in our series of last year, that I had to relearn the naming conventions and how the skill tree worked. So if it happened to us with an isometric action RPG like Dungeon Siege 3, with this one that is a classic RPG, we did the distinction in the first stream. We explained the distinction in the first stream. Imagine, people, you have to relearn again. So it's affected by intelligence, agility, and constitution. And here you have all of the descriptions, for example. So when in doubt, do that. For example, this fastness of body. Sorry, I didn't show you the description. I'm the worst. Modifier. Every 3 levels, it gives you a +1. The modifier, which may be as high as the SP2. Well, that one there, the game got me. We're still learning that. That's probably armor defense or something like that. But well, basically you get all armor slots. No, it's not slot. Armor zones. Well, but here you can see the effect. This one fortunately has a visible effect. It increases all of our armor. It's basically the bubble of the sorcerer in World of Warcraft. The magic armor, the classic magic armor spell. It should be called magic. They probably didn't want to call it magic armor, but it gives you magic armor all over the place. I think I can only cast this on myself. Yep. But I can increase the dexterity, for example, of all of my... the dexterity of my tanks. Hey, isn't that what we were looking for? I think that's what we were looking for. Don't tell me I fled the dungeon last time while being 2 meters away from the objective. Let's go. Well, like that, you can see that thanks to the aggressive stance that they have, I'm basically still using them as tanks. Though last time I learned a new spell. I learned how to learn spells. That's always quite interesting. The air. Oh, damn it! Is it wounded? No, fear, fear, fear. Just fear. You can you knock it down? Pretty convenient UI, by the way. In that sense, I have to congratulate the developers. And like that, we should go for another burst of flame. I interrupted it like an idiot because I know. Is it dead? No, because I didn't target it. Well, just well, easy. Was already dead. Let me loot them because the Amoebas do have money. We lost a lot of money getting the best gear. Well, the best gear. Yeah, the best gear that I could possibly afford. Basically, so last time remains. No, it's not like in Knights of the Republic. Sorry, that's my Knights of the Republic genetics. Pretty amazing ambience there with all of. Can you see the spiders, people? I bet you can see them by now. If I can see them, you can see them. You can see them. Look at the spiders down there. That's amazing. And look at the fog. See how the fog there is handled? That's top-notch graphical fidelity. Graphical fidelity for top-notch graphical fidelity for us. There, pretty well done, huh? Look at the insane amount of particles that are handled in the game. All right, right wing of statue of Umbracore. I think that's what we were looking for. Basically, just so we have the context, we are here in a side quest, we are below the temple of Hesinde, which we couldn't access. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that. There's also kind of like water dripping. We cannot see we cannot see the dripping itself, but we can see the animation down there. Pretty well done. We are below the temple of Hesinde, trying to basically we were looking for that statue, but I'm not getting out of here without beating the Amoebas that forced me to fled that forced me to flee, sorry, last time. That made me flee last time. There we go. You're as good as dead. I am purging you from... but maybe they respawn, huh? That's another possibility. Because I remember in the Dark Forest, in the initial region of the game, they did respawn. Oh, well, whatever. I'm killing everything around me before getting to the surface. Anyways, we'll have time. This game is quite slow in its pace, so we'll have plenty of time to... We'll have plenty of time to... We spent a lot of time rearming ourselves last time, and we'll have a lot of time to... There's the other one. We'll have a lot of time to spend just talking to NPCs and basically doing social stuff, because this game is a classic RPG. People remember the distinction. It's not an isometric action RPG. Good. It's burning up. Good. Some criticals there. It's not an isometric action RPG. It's not like Diablo. This follows the classic style, the classic style of Baldur's Gate. So what did you do? I said burst of flame. That last attack was unneeded. The camera controls are much better than what I originally anticipated. I think I mentioned this previously. Good. So I think the place where all of the Amoebas were, that I didn't pay a lot of... Here, let me continue looting. All of the Amoebas were... This will be quite interesting, people, because I want to see if they respawn here. Because in the Dark Forest, the first region that there's the second one. The second. Oh, careful! There's one more. The second wing of the statue that we are looking for. I want to see if they respawn, because that'll be an interesting level design choice by the developers. You know that, for example, in Baldur's Gate, the spawns are fixed, pretty much. There's kind of like, it's like Knights of the Old Republic. It's like Neverwinter Nights, I believe. It's like classic RPG. It's like Dragon Age Origins. It's like all of those classic RPGs that inherited the influence of the Infinity engine of having a set amount of enemies, because these games didn't incorporate the concept of farming beyond the encounters. In Baldur's Gate, regardless if you choose the original edition or the enhanced edition, in Baldur's Gate you'll see that when you kill enemies in any zone of the map, they basically stay dead, thus rendering the concept of farming as an exclusive concept of the isometric action RPG genre, and simply non-existent in the classic RPG genre like Baldur's Gate and Winter Nights and Icewind Dale. In games like Diablo, Titan Quest, Torchlight, even Cast Rise of the Mage that we played, amazing one, I always highly recommend it. In all of those games, in isometric action RPGs, Diablo clones, as they are commonly referred to in layman terms, enemies do respawn constantly, because there's a concept of farming. In classic RPGs, there wasn't a concept of farming, because Dungeons and Dragons, as a tabletop game, doesn't have that concept of farming, because it's a story driven. However, see how intelligent the original developers over at BioWare were, precisely because they incorporated the encounters that were also present in Dragon Age Origins, that were also present in Knights of the Old Republic. No, they weren't present at all. But in Baldur's Gate and Dragon Age Origins, they were. For example, that was so the player could, while the concept of farming was still in its infancy, the game developers had kind of like a B plan in case the player couldn't gather enough experience from exclusively from story events, right? So they ensured that the player would have a source of experience, so he could at least finish the story. In that sense, the original Dungeons and Dragons doesn't incorporate that concept, and it was a pretty good hybrid, let's say, early solution to the conundrum. And we would say that the most efficient solution was basically popularizing farming as a core concept of the gameplay mechanics. That's because of the influence of MMORPGs and basically Korean MMORPGs that basically, hey, look, there's a dripping animation. I occasionally place the camera right on it so we can admire it, apparently. Look at that, there was a dripping animation. I think it wasn't working back there, though. Oh well, anything else to loot? Hey, but there was a dripping animation, look at that. Amazing, insane attention to detail. Very well, let me purge this. Oh, 2D textures for the chains, Yeah, look at that. 2D textures for the chains. There you can see them. You can see them perfectly. 2D textures. This was a classic technique from the early and late 2000s that is extremely effective because like this you lower the graphical load on the game on your PC, of the game on your PC, while being extremely effective at the same time. There you can see that it's quite difficult to tell the difference, that they are actually 2D textures. The same for the backgrounds. Pretty well done. We covered all of those things in the first stream, for example. Let's go. Let us engage. We might have fulfilled the objective. Ah. Well, we fulfilled the objective, but still we can... Dome Hall, Clergy Rooms, Temple of Hesinde, Crypt, and Caves. Yeah, basically, I think we covered everything, but still, I want to explore the whole place, see if we can get some extra XP. It's interesting that I believe we can see the influence of the MMORPG craze that was initiated by World of Warcraft. It wasn't the first MMORPG ever, but it's the one that popularized MMORPG-like mechanics. And we can see that even in games that wanted to go for a classic development philosophy like this one, I think they still inherited from a much more modern genre, the MMORPG genre, the concept of farming, because I can't read that book, right? No, I cannot interact with anything at all here. Did we get any broken limbs? No, not at all. I think we picked something here last time. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure of it, but I would believe they respond. If that's the case, because I'm sure I killed all of these here. I'm sure I killed these ones. So... oh, this one. There's two of them. With the middle mouse button, you kind of like freely control the camera before it gets centered at the characters. You are meant to attack the one that's about to die.
Drink blood, my sword.
No, drink blood, no. Attack here.
Avenging Kirkham.
Come over here. No, focus fire. There. Anyways, I think I can get rid of it. It would be interesting to drop my second fire attack on the other one, but well, yeah. Well, there we go. See, the game solved the problem for me. Well, not the game, my peers solved the problem for me. Fear, remember, fear means stunned in this game. I need to make the full conversion of Gladys into a healer. I'm out of astral energy of magic, basically. Good. Since I'm a battle mage, I can also use Mighty Blow. I have access to both abilities.
Good choice.
Move it. So you can see how it's absolutely amazing how this game inherits the classic real-time with pause combat. The classic real-time with pause combat inherited from classic RPGs like Baldur's Gate, like Dragon Age Origins, like the ones that I have been mentioning, which is kind of like an old school concept of RPGs from the 90s, basically. But at the same time, it does feature the concept of respawning and the concept of farming through respawning, it'll be quite interesting because, you know, it would be the influence of World of Warcraft, of the MMORPG genre, on the classic RPG genre, even if the classic RPG genre was kind of like the creator, the ancestor of the isometric action RPG genre, Diablo clones, and the MMORPG genre of both of them. It's interesting that how a more modern genre like MMORPG, like World of Warcraft, and isometric action RPG like Diablo, how those two genres influenced their ancestor in that sense. Yeah, I think it was here where they. No. No, I think we've never been here. No. So it's quite interesting how how the isometric action RPG genre, Diablo clones basically, and the MMORPG genre, basically popularized by World of Warcraft. It wasn't the first MMORPG ever, people. But it's interesting how more modern genres influenced a modern reinterpretation of the classic RPG genre from the 90s, that is Drakensang 1, the Dark Eye in that sense. This also could be mentioned in, for example, in Dragon Age Origins, and this indicates that farming as a concept that wasn't a thing in classic RPG games because of the inherited elements from the classic Dungeons and Dragons tabletop games. For example, also Pathfinder would be another option, or the Dark Eye tabletop game, which is the one this one is based on. It's interesting how the classic RPG genre in this game inherited elements from more modern genres in the concept of farming. For example, isometric action RPG genres like Diablo, they got the influence of the Korean craze for MMORPGs as a whole, and they incorporated the concept of farming, and also Diablo 2 had the concept of farming as well. But in Baldur's Gate, for example, there isn't a concept of farming. You have the encounters, exactly like in this game, but you cannot endlessly farm zones. Basically, the idea is that the MMORPG craze popularized farming as a whole because of the Korean influence in that sense, that the games are extremely grindy. For example, Lost Ark is an example of this. World of Warcraft as well, but even more Korean MMORPG games. Those developed by NC Soft. I don't know if you know that company, for example. They are extremely grindy. We can notice here that the concept of grinding is kind of like tied to the popularity of MMORPGs from the early 2000s. At least how popular the concept became. And also with the popularity of Diablo, which followed the same formula in that sense. You can see that it's very similar to, for example, Lineage 2 or MU Online, of Mu Online. In that sense, they popularized the concept of farming, but here you can see that in the original tabletop games, infinite respawning of mobs, for example, wasn't a thing. You had the encounters, like the tabletop games, like Dungeons and Dragons, like the Warlock at Firetop Mountain, for example. That's the British interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons, and we could say that the Dark Eye is the German interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons. Alright, this one is locked, but I think we explored the whole place. So it's interesting to see that the Dark Eye, the Drakensang 1, the Dark Eye, and Dragon Age Origins, while they belong to the classic RPG genre because the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics is that of the classic RPG genre, turn-based real-time with pulse combat, which is trying to kind of like hide the turn-based combat that they actually have behind them, but fortunately they changed it up a bit. They made it a bit more dynamic with the real-time with post-combat system. The extra complexity of the gameplay mechanics is that of the classic RPG genre. In Dragon Age Origins, in Baldur's Gate, in Icewind Dale, in Neverwinter Nights, in Knights of the Old Republic, in all of these classic games from the early and the late 2000s. So it's interesting that while the genre itself, the classic RPG genre, we could say it's the grandfather of the popularity of the MMORPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre, namely Diablo clones and World of Warcraft clones. I know that World of Warcraft wasn't the first MMO ever, the first MMORPG ever, but it's the one that popularized the concept a lot, the genre a lot. But it's interesting to see that in Drakensang, for example, in the Dark Forest, in the first area, there was respawning. So there was an inherited element from a more modern genre, like the MMORPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre. So in that sense, it's a very uncommon phenomenon. See, for example, like I'm sure that I killed this one. It's a very uncommon phenomenon that a genre that evolved from a more archaic, not archaic, it's a different style, but it is true that it is previous, so the denomination that it is quite accurate. From a more from an older genre,
Listen up, everyone.
kind of like goes back to kind of like inherits elements from a more modern genre, basically. That a classic RPG game like this one inherits the concept of farming through respawning that, for example, this game seems to have if the mobs do respawn at the end of the day. We'll see. It's still too early to tell, but we'll see. It will be quite interesting in that sense. It incorporates the concept of casting time. For example, that's something that you don't see a lot of in for example, in Diablo 2. In Diablo 2, casting time isn't a thing. I love in that sense how Sacred 2 also, the previous huge analysis that we did took me a whole year. I love how Sacred 2, it's a mix between classic RPG, because there's casting time, there's a concept of oh, small emerald spider. Quite interesting. Hey, my buffs have expired. As a rule of thumb, spiders are generally weak to fire in almost 99% of RPG games, so let's see. Easy. Good enemy variety, they don't drop money. Shit. That's why I love the Amoebas, because they drop money at least. I think they are the only... Well, here you could listen. I think you could listen that small tone that you just heard. That small... What are you going attacking? Another spider. That small tone that you just heard is the same sound sample as in World of Warcraft. So I bet you could hear it. Let me increase your volume. Let me increase mine. But you can see at the ambience music of this game, that one. That's the undead city from World of Warcraft. It's amazing how we can see the influence of the MMORPG genre in a more classic genre, which, because the normal phenomenon is the other way around, that the classic RPG genre, that Baldur's Gate should influence Diablo and World of Warcraft, because it was developed previously and it's more classic. It's incredible how here, since it's a modern interpretation of a classic RPG tabletop formula, it's amazing that it incorporates the concept of farming. because enemies through respawns. Because I remember in the Dark Forest, in the first area, the wolves did respawn. So it's amazing that a modern reinterpretation of a more classic genre, like the classic RPG genre, Baldur's Gate clones, let's say, incorporates farming from more modern genres, as I've said. From the MMORPG genre in World of Warcraft, farming is pretty much paramount because of, as I've said, because of the influence of the South Korean craze of basically grindy NCSoft. Hey, look at that! What's that state? Crazy NCSoft MMORPGs that are extremely grindy. You can see it even today with Lost Ark, for example, that South Korean MMORPGs are extremely grindy. But the same goes for Diablo and World of Warcraft back in the day. The isometric action RPG genre and the MMORPG genre derived from the classic RPG genre, incorporated new elements, real-time combat, farming, being much more grindy than classic RPG games. So it's amazing that while it doesn't get to that degree, unconscious. Well, this is a new state. This is the first time I see it. Foregreen, try to knock down that spider. There we go. It's amazing that a modern interpretation, like Drakensang 1 is, of the classic RPG genre. Baldur's Gate pretty much was is the father that popularized the genre, the father of the classic RPG genre, because it popularized classic RPG as a whole. It's interesting that it incorporates the concept of farming, this game, kind of like correcting the scarcity of encounters that tabletop Dungeons and Dragons campaigns could potentially have in real life. It's kind of like an adjustment originated from the MMORPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre to the classic RPG genre. Kind of like an inverse feedback loop, right? It's generally exactly the opposite of what we see. Like, for example, the concept of strength, intelligence, and agility are derived from the classic RPG genre into the isometric action RPG genre. From Baldur's Gate to Diablo, because Baldur's Gate was created first. Here we see the opposite phenomenon in some scarce elements of the gameplay mechanics. So it's quite unique. I realized that last time on Thursday when we were exploring the abstract complexity of the early game gameplay mechanics. We're still doing that, people. The game seems to be much longer. And basically this feels like Dragon Age Origins, if I had to say, as a basic rule of thumb. It's basically like Dragon Age Origins, in that sense. That is in the sense that it's a marriage of old and new for the classic RPG genre. I think it's highly positive. I think it's highly positive in that sense. The camera controls were definitely better than what I originally thought when I was under the impression of created by reading the Metacritic reviews in that sense, not from the gaming press, but from the users in that sense. It is true that the offset, that as I mentioned, that if you move like this, it's absolutely untenable, like this is absolutely terrible. But if you go for WASD, in that sense, it feels like an MMORPG. Feels like an MMORPG, the camera controls. See, that would be another inherited element that definitely is shocking, that this game defiles, not defiles, that it challenges the classic concept of inheriting elements from previous genre. For example, just so we have an analogy, That's why we have an analogy, people. The MOBA genre, right? Dota 2, Defense of the Ancients 2, League of Legends, I don't know, Heroes of the Storm, they inherit the real-time combat from, and the same camera, from the real-time strategy genre. Oh, that one's bigger. It looks threatening. Let me do a manual
Let me do that.
management of the team. Generally, it only works one way. Generally, only it works from top to bottom. The older genre provides elements to the newer genre. In that sense, this one it's exactly the opposite in some aspects, like as I've said, like the concept of farming, of incorporating farming.
Listen up, everyone. Drink blood
I don't know
my
what I'm
sword.
doing that when I have hotkeys, but well. Like the concept of that, the concept of having of being able to control the character with WASD, which would be a classic MMORPG control scheme. It has both of them. It has the classic one that is broken, sadly, because of that offset, but it also has the WASD control scheme, which basically saves the game. So, indeed, it's an absolutely magnificent, curious phenomenon that the game does a reinterpretation of the classic Dungeons and Dragons genre. There are some sounds. The sounds of this game even feel like a combination of, hey, we don't have loot here. No, they feel like a combination between Knights of the Old Republic and World of Warcraft. I could even say that some of them are the same. A dead red butcher. Oh, wasn't this the killer that we were looking for? The back statue of Fang Brakor? Good, good. See, it was all part of the quest. Dead Emerald Spider. And end of the road. Alright, that was the boss. See, for example, if you pay attention, that sound is from World of Warcraft. 100%. I'm saying from World of Warcraft because it was released back in 2004, and this one is from 2008. So 4 years later, I can see a lot of influence from World of Warcraft. They tried to add the dynamism of World of Warcraft clearly. There's a crystal clear influence of World of Warcraft in this game all over the place. So we got what we were looking for. I found them all. If you put all three pieces together, you get a statue of the dragon god Ambrakor. A truly impressive work of art. Sorry, people. Sorry. It's just that I've been working up until late yesterday. I've been working on the JavaScript logic of a website, and and it was basically quite difficult because I had to do a lot of dumb document object model interaction, which is it's the worst in that sense. It's absolutely the worst. The fact that some sites still they don't use React, but well, they still have to interact with it, but it's a bit more streamlined. Stupid programming things, and between that and correcting English exams, that's absolutely brutal. It's absolutely brutal. But well, we need to take advantage. We need to take advantage of the years of our youth, people. We need to, as long as we are healthy, we need to make sure that that we that we take advantage of it, and that we get all the money we can get. In that sense, that we work all we can. I'm supposed to give the Reverend Orion all of the fragments of the statue. Good. So he can, so he can join them back together. Then we'll see whether or not the Oracle really does come back to life. Alright, there's part of the backstory. It's a side quest, it's not part of the main quest. Speaking of which, we have a lot of... The main quest is to find this Castan Black broken fountain. This is a puzzle that we need to solve. We'll solve it next time, probably. The recipe of the potion of power. We need to do that one. The escape dancing beer. We need to find out spell for that. Selling a request. Get access to the brewery. We have to do a lot of quests for today. So hope you enjoy the combat, because after this we'll get to solve. We explored everything, right? There's a corner there. I don't like having corners unexplored. Just so you have a reference, I usually use the music volume. Yeah, that's where we came from. Pretty amazing camera angles, huh? I love that in this game they incorporated the concept of having a ceiling, like Knights of the Old Republic doesn't have that, because camera controls are only vertical. They're only vertical in that sense. So yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay. I still have to figure out my battle mage. The purpose of my battle mage skill tree, I guess. Let me cast the buffs on my tanks, so they are protected. The casting time of this one is faster. You can see the casting time up there, the four. There you can see 1, 2, it's 2, and the other ones are the damage dealing spells are kind of like 3 ticks of those. We haven't explored that corner. Alright, you can see there that the symbol indicates that we've entered combat. Right, do a mighty blow, see if you can squash that spider. There we go. Amazing. Spider fangs. There we go. Brilliant. And end of the map. Right. It was just a little corner. Pretty much a little corner there. Hey, we're in the Batcave. The other day I was watching Batman of the Future. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Batman of the Future was so good. The original. I better save in case everything goes to shit. We're using a dual slots. I was watching Batman of the Future. Hey, there's an exit there. Hang on a sec. Maybe we'll have a shortcut. I was watching Batman of the Future. My god, it was so good. We had such good culture and cartoons in the early 2000s and the 90s. Sorry, people. You must be thinking by now that I'm a terrible influence or some shit like that, but trust me, everything that I say is because I deeply care about having the best, like pretty much giving the best possible for humanity and protecting it. In that sense, it's because of that. I know you must be thinking by now that I'm what do they say right today? What do most idiots say nowadays? Boomer, which is kind of like a new word for being grumpy. Technically, I wouldn't be that because I'm only 28, but yeah, I know that nowadays see, that's true discrimination. That's true discrimination, not the shit that it is used nowadays. That's true discrimination, calling people boomer and kind of like psychologically indoctrinating the population that that just because someone is older, because of our parents and grandparents are older, that they're somehow stupid. I deeply despise it when that happens. When that happens, when they indoctrinate children, telling them, boomer, this is stupid. No. Trust me, there's a huge difference, people, between living a lot of years and just calling everyone boomer and thinking that they are stupid because they use um, because they grew up with different cultural values. I despise it when children are indoctrinated that their parents are stupid or their grandparents are stupid. That is truly disgusting. Truly disgusting. Oh well, look at that. They didn't respond here. It's truly disgusting. Particularly disgusting. Um, because it encourages ignorance at the end of the day. It encourages ignorance. And I can give you metaphysical reasons as to why. The very reason is because most people will live and die without even knowing, for example, that, as I mentioned, I think it was 2 weeks ago when we were talking about um, history, that, for example, most people will live and die without even knowing how reality was defined. How reality was defined throughout ages, which one would think that it's absolutely paramount. Absolutely paramount, because if you cannot define reality, how can you define what's inside of it? That's the idea. So in that sense, as I've said 2 weeks ago, in the territory that is now called Kaliningrad, that the original name is actually Koenigsberg. It was a German territory, the divine origin of the Prussian Empire. There you go. The statue. I found the statue. Magical lumen for that matter. Book called Magical Lumina to be precise, and can't find it. Didn't we get this quest last time? Preparation for the Dragon Quest has been updated. Oh, then we need to find the book. In the territory that is now Kaliningrad, that the original name was Koenigsberg, the divine origin of the Prussian Empire, there someone called Immanuel Kant started what was called Enlightenment, the Age of Enlightenment, the Enlightenment philosophy. Enlightenment philosophy basically defines reality as a sum of our mental perceptions, that our minds can change reality in that sense. But previous to that, throughout 1700 years, yeah, 1700 years, basically a bit more if we count Greek and Egyptian history. Um, Throughout all of that, during all of that time, reality, there was a clear distinction between what was originally called the world of ideas and the world of reality. There was a clear distinction. All of the consequences that we see nowadays and socialist policies and discourses being so popular, it's because Immanuel Kant, since he defined reality as a sum of our mental perceptions, he basically, what he did was unify the world of ideas and the world of reality. And that was a grave mistake, definitely, because, well, it had some positive consequences, like making the world more secular. In that sense, that's a positive because it encouraged technological development and everything. For example, few people care about the legacy previous to the Enlightenment period, to the Enlightenment age, in that sense. For example, did you know that time, who would you say that discovered the metaphysical concept of time? Not the calendar. The calendar was Greek, the Gregorian calendar that we use. Not the calendar. The concept of like time and space, the portion of time, the concept of time separated from our personal aging biological process, the abstract concept of time. It was Saint Augustine. It was Saint Augustine. It was previous to the Age of Enlightenment, so it is untrue that I found the statue. For example, it is absolutely false. It is a fallacy to say that only the Age of Enlightenment brought progress to humanity. That's not true. There we go. It was this one, Brother Orion.
All of the fragments. Let us call for the ceremony of restoration, so the fragments may be joined together once more.
And
Silence broken again.
And precisely, look at the irony. It was the glorification. It was the glorification, because there was a glorification after Immanuel Kant, after this definition that I'm giving you. See how interesting it is. The glorification of relativism and enlightenment and the modern, not postmodern, modern, between the fall of the Roman Empire and the discovery of the Americas and our and World War II. And World War II. It's between the fall of the after the discovery of the Americas and World War II. See that the period in which the Enlightenment ideas were predominant. All right, there we go. Here you go. I would be honored to attend the sermon. It's when we got World War I and World War II. And it's not a coincidence. Hey, it's the dragon from the intro. Amazing particle effects, by the way. For 2008. Ah, it talks.
The gods have crossed the heavens 78 times since a warrior last heard the dragon's call. Ignore Gahar, Harak. 78 turns of the heavens, in which the mortals flourished once more, and grew ready to take on the legacy of the dragons. But 9 times the mystery remained unsolved.
9 times.
9 times the legacy remained untouched. This is the 10th Dragon Quest.
10th.
Courage and strength are the signs that mark the one who shall complete the Dragon Quest. But hardship, pain, and desperation shall this one encounter along the way. None but one of the many who hear the oracle speak shall be chosen. And this one, it will be, who is destined to join the ranks of the heroes, to fathom the final mystery and illuminate the dark heart. Narim Bantar, my champion, is close at hand and has proven worthy once already. And so, the ancient powers have chosen you to be the Dragon's Knight. Your fate lies before you. It is preordained, but whether you are truly capable of fulfilling the prophecies lies in your hands alone. 3 trials you must undergo to prove that you are worthy of bearing the shield of fire. 3 trials stand between you and your destiny. And this is the first of the 3 trials. Follow the confused mind, wise as he is in dragon lore, and accompany him seeks knowledge that is locked in crystal and wanders on paths that will be bountiful when the time is right. Unragarum, unrabimir.
It was a truly uplifting experience to have heard the voice of the Oracle with my own ears. Don't you agree?
Definitely. That sequence was perfectly executed for a game that was developed back in 2008. It's classic BioWare style. Pretty well done. Dion Dorion, I have a question about so we've been chosen as a Dragon Knight for the 10th quest. Yep. I have a question about the words of the girl. Are you able to interpret the riddle? Key to the cellars of the Temple of Hesinde given away. The oracle spoke of a confused mind with knowledge of dragon lore. Do you think that could mean Master Rakorium? If I'm not mistaken, he set off for Moorbridge some time ago. Venerable one, could I ask you something else? Why, certainly. Why did the oracle seek me out? Nobody can truly answer that question. The intricate paths of Hesinde seldom reveal their secrets, even if you follow them all the way to their apparent end. Even I can only guess at why this destiny has been chosen for you. Concentrate your thoughts on the path that lies ahead and remember those who have gone before you. Venerable one, could I ask you something else? Wait, certainly. I know. Thank you, Venerable one. May Hesinde enlighten you. Hey, the Oracle. It's right there. Okay, we'll do some side quests before I get locked out of them. Hey, look at that. What a... So the temple did have but don't they glue them like the statue? It's just his dragon from the intro. In this sense, is pretty similar to Sacred 2, huh? Kind of like the dragon gods, and basically God is replaced by basically the Christian ideology of God is replaced by the dragon, typical Dungeons and Dragons. But that's not the case with Dungeons and Dragons. So that's exclusive to the German interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. Because in the original Dungeons and Dragons, the American one, the one from Wizards of the Coast, kind of like the gods weren't dragons in the first editions at all, yeah, not even now. So, but in Sacred 2 they were. In that sense, it seems to be kind of like an original interpretation of the tabletop game. It does look like it. It does look like it. It seems like an original interpretation of the original game. Sorry, people, I wanted to check that the stream was working appropriately. There we go. So basically, it's pretty well done. So we are now the challengers of the Dragon Quest. No, I need to do a lot of side quests first, but yeah. Yeah, that's right, you are well informed. What is your wish? A precious jewelry case has been stolen by a no-good thief. He stole it from me, Ibram Soapstone, in my own tavern. But Fex has not left me completely in the dark. Fex is one of the gods. I heard that Sorry, I've been working up until late yesterday, as I said. I heard that this thief was seen playing Bolton in the guest house in Moorbridge. Her name is Thalia. Really? And what does this have to do with me? Well, you are on your way there, so I thought, how can I put it? Couldn't you help me get back my jewelry case? And what's in it for me? Well, I could give you a couple of far things. Money. For your trouble. This gesture means money. In my culture, pretty much when I do this, it means money. Like this. Because that's how you count the bills. Very well, I will deal with the problem. The Holy Dragon quest of Hesinde takes precedent. I'm a friend. Yeah. Many thanks. You can find me on the in the Zareen, so I must go now. Good. Well, and we are back. Now we have a lot of stuff for today. See if we can figure out the rest of the side quests, since we've already progressed regarding the main quest. So the main quest is basically finding this Castan Gamblag through this Crusade of the Dragon quest. Basically, we only failed the tutorial one for the only quest that we failed was the tutorial one for the Guild of Thieves, which anyways I don't want to do because I basically wanted to go for a full warrior, so I don't care about opening locks. So we need to do the investigations at the harbor. This is the main quest, and then that will lead us to hunt the other one. So let's begin with Salina's request. Let's begin with this one after doing the main quest. People, I mean, we begin after doing the main quest. So Runner has done it again. This one was part of the tutorial zone. He's being held in the jail at Furdock Guard House. Salina is therefore completely beside herself and has asked me to get him out of there somehow. I'm going to see what can be done, as the town guard certainly aren't going to let him go just like that. Alright. Let's track that. Let's see how we can remove that rotten stink stuff from our statuses. With a perfume, probably, or some shit like that. Alright, let's do it. Let me do one last save. Once we've finished with the crypt there. And there it is. Let's see if we can free that guy from the town guard. In order to, we also have to deal with that bear there, but we need to. Alright, it's that one. Okay. But for that, we need to learn a new spell. It's interesting how there's a stat specifically to get the icons on the map. Like, I didn't get icons on the map initially. The street-wise perk, the stat. So the dancing bear, we'll leave it for later. And it's absolutely interesting, as I was mentioning, that this German interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons kind of like places the dragons as gods of the universe, when in the American version of Wizards of the Coast, for example, the gods aren't precisely dragons. So in that sense, there we have a shared difference between this game and Sacred 2, which was also developed by Ascaron, another German studio. And when I analyzed Sacred 2, I definitely mentioned that it benefited the game immensely. Because Sacred 2 had kind of like realistic European geography, for example. I mentioned that. And it was an advantage that the team, precisely at Ascaron, they were a German team of developers that had the cultural and geographical knowledge to replicate that in that sense. Because the degree of precision of Sacred 2 is 100% Europe. Like it's the most precise map I've ever seen. I love how they incorporated fantasy elements by inverting it a bit, but it's still pretty much the same. Here we have the two side quests. Let's begin with those. People remember this is a classic RPG. This is like Baldur's Gate in that sense. So let's see what we get here. It's like a BioWare game, eh? It feels so similar to Dragon Age Origins, precisely. Where are you going to You can go this way. Why is the road blocked? I want to get to the warehouse behind you. Please, first things first. My name is Lauren Dykemiller. I am the foreman for the Stower-Brand trading company. The quarrel with the House of Nacebeck has forced us to be especially careful. The master of our company has ordered us to only allow those in our employ to approach the warehouse. Ah, yeah, I remember this part of the main quest. That sounds good. I'm always looking for a little extra work. You must be joking. What sort of work should I entrust to you? Although I might have a little job for you. Remember, we need to infiltrate this brewery. There's a quarrel between the two beer producing breweries. I'm going to infiltrate them to get the knowledge required for getting to Gamblan to the criminal. A little job? What kind of job? An errand. If you do this for me, maybe this is like the Shadow Guild in Baldur's Gate 2. An errand. If you do this for me, maybe we'll find a few other jobs where you can earn a farthing or two. What you say? What other work might come up after I do the errand? Impatient, and yeah. Just finish the errand. Do you want jobs or not? Doesn't sound too bad. I'll run the errand. Excellent, so listen carefully. Our messenger boy is ill and was supposed to fetch an order from the Silver Pitcher Tavern today. Go there in his place and bring me the order. Shit. It would be good if you could do it as soon as possible. Innkeeper Brumor will definitely be beginning. And we pick a side, right? We basically pick a side between the store brand and Nacebeck. But no, I was here for the secondary quest, which involves this guy, Model Mush.
Yes. How can I help you?
Like my caretaker of Model Mush. Model Mush, he's my brother. Pleased to meet you. My name is Model Mush. Model. Not only are we in the same line of work, we're both founding members of the Guild of Caretakers. I actually thought I might be able to help you. Is it true that the brewery Cellar has been infected with a plague of rats recently? Yeah, this was one of the side quests. What? Shh, not so loud. We don't want all of Ferdog to hear. How do you know that? And what do you want? Let's just say it's a well-known secret, but don't worry. Like I said, I'm here to help. Simply grant me access to your cellars, and I shall deal with this plague without any fuss. This is really very surprising. We've never been able to get anybody to deal with those awful rats. This is wonderful, but tell me, do you really want to fight these rodents? They're really tough. However, access to the brewery is rarely granted and strictly controlled. I can only take you directly to the Osara Balls. If you're wishing, let me point out once more, the rats down there are really dangerous. You'd be the first to even dare to enter the cellar. Sure thing. Let's go down right now. Hello, little brother. Middlemish? Middlemish, another brother? Ah, yes, there are a few better. That's true, dear brother. What do I owe the honor, if you don't mind? Oh, we are going down to the cellars to deal with the rat problem. Really, in that case I'll come with you. I wouldn't want to miss it. I've explored those caves many times and killed dozens of rats, but I never managed to find where they are coming from. Let's go. Party selection? Or can we have more than 4 members? Yeah, or not. There we...
Go on ahead. I'll follow you from a dignified distance.
I feel like a guest. Yeah, I remember that we could have. Oh, you the fairy brutes. Just to.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Alright, it's like a guest. He'll follow us. Or not. Oh well. Whatever. Second dungeon of the day. Let's do it, people. Let's get our blood flowing. They're just rats. I don't expect a huge challenge. Amazing God Race here. Amazing God Race. Amazing. Alright, come on. All of this wine. Amazing Reflections Awards for 2008. Come on, we have a cellar to save that is filled with wine for the fair people of Fairdock. Alright, they are just wolf rats. Let's see. Second dungeon of the day, people. Second dungeon. In that sense, the pacing of the level design, it's getting better. Because it's definitely getting better, because at the beginning, just exploring the city was pretty much... yeah, that section was way too long for my taste. Because there wasn't any combat until we got our first side quests. In that sense, the pacing of the level design when you enter the city for the first time could be a bit better, but it pretty much follows the structure of Dragon Age Origins, Knights of the Old Republic. It does feel like a BioWare game, huh? It feels like specifically like Dragon Age Origins and Knights of the Old Republic. The pacing of the level design and the extra complexity of the gameplay mechanics. Of course, after dealing with the Amoebas that we did at the beginning of the stream, and that we started last time, the wolf rats are puny opponents for us. I'll let them kill them as I engage with these ones. Careful, because they can still poison us. Remember that this is a classic RPG, people. It follows the classic rule sets of games like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights, and you can be poisoned and the like. It seems to be a pretty straightforward dungeon, as far as I can tell. As I was mentioning, it is, in terms of the analysis, one of the abstract complexities of the gameplay mechanics that is definitely quite interesting, is how, while this game belongs in terms of the genre classification that we did in part 1, how it belongs to the classic RPG genre, which is prior. It is kind of like the grandfather of the isometric action RPG genre and the MMORPG genre. It's extremely interesting how Drakensang represents a modern reinterpretation of some concepts of the abstract gameplay mechanics of the classic RPG genre. Where the fuck are we? Oh, that transition led us to an even bigger dungeon. Quite interesting. Oh, the belly of the beast of... shit. The belly of the beast of the rats. But no, there was another path, huh? Wait. Then where does the other path leads us to? It's interesting how, even if this is a classic RPG game, the genre classification, because it has real-time combat, it has the pacing of the level design and the extra complexity of Baldur's Gate, of Knights of the Old Republic, of Dragon Age Origins, instead of Lineage 2, of World of Warcraft, of Diablo 2, of Titan Quest, of isometric action RPG games and MMORPG games. Dead End? Apparently, but not. Ha, look at that. See, that's why I always love exploring all the place. Is this somehow connect? What the? There's someone. Can I talk to him? No. No, I cannot interact with the door. It's interesting how, since this is a modern reinterpretation of of the classic RPG genre, it inherits some elements. For example, the concept of respawning and farming wasn't... Yeah, that's me.
It was probably just a rat.
It's interesting how Drakensang incorporates elements, just like Dragon Age Origins, from more modern genres, for example, like MMORPG and isometric action RPG. Like, for example, the concept of farming, which is inherent to Diablo 2, to MMORPGs, with the MMORPG craze by NCSoft, Korean MMORPGs that are more grindy and World of Warcraft than classic tabletop games. Let's get into the belly of the beast, into the other dungeon. Though one of the objectives is there. Wait, the objective is there. Hang on. Hang on, people. Hang on, because the objective is there. Is it you? I can talk to this guy? Did it. Draenor, yeah, we were meant to save him. This is the boyfriend or whatever of Queen Salina. This is another of our side quests. We are doing 2 side quests at the same time. Getting to the killing the rats of the brewery and saving him. This guy, we saw it in stream number 1. He's kind of like the boyfriend of Queen Salina, and basically he wanted to be part of the Guild of Thieves, and we already saved him once, and now we are saving him twice after the tutorial. And the guards gave me this sticky shirt to wear. Sorry. By yourself, take a look around. You are locked in a hole deep beneath the earth, surrounded by massive walls of rock and thick steel bars. You see only what your untrained eyes allow you to see. To you, I'm a prisoner in a desperate predicament, but I am actually a free man who can go where he will. Really? And how exactly do you intend to do that? Even the lock to your cell door will be a problem. Oh my, how can you insult me like that? I am a master of my craft. Watch this. You picked the lock? Now I'm really confused. Why are you even here? Quite simple. It's the principle of the thing. The principle? I'm afraid I still don't understand. I'm innocent. I see, innocent. That word sounds so strange when you say it. You have to believe me, I told you at the city gates all about the case of mistaken identity. They accused me of stealing a rare dwarven timekeeping device, even though it was not me. Now I'm wrongfully imprisoned in this dungeon. And what about that I'll just climb over the wall business? Do you think that helped your case? Whether it did or not, I'm staying here until my innocence is proven. After all, I'm a man of honor. He's part of the Guild of Thieves. Draenor, you can't be serious. Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get here? I am serious. I won't set a foot outside that cell door. I have a hearing in 1 week, then we'll be able to clear up this tragic misunderstanding, and my double will sit in this cell while I stroll through the streets of Furdock unmolested. Are you really sure you can take another week of these conditions? Think about it. I won't come down again to get you out. Ah, this is nothing. I can take the awful stink, the wet, mold-covered walls, and the meals unfit for a dog. I'll remain steadfast, I will. Yes, you're right. I can take another day in this pit. You've got to prove my innocence. To find the merchant who accuses me of the deed. That's more reasonable. His name is Wulfric Harpel. He has his own stall on the small square near the Temple of Perain in the Ducal Citadel. Find him as quickly as possible and get to the bottom of this theft. Alright.
There's no time to waste.
Okay, so we cannot free him and thus finish the quest until we've proven his innocence. Quite interesting, quite interesting indeed. Yeah, that's me. Right, we can go unnoticed. So they use the brewery cellar as a prison as well. But yeah, we're not getting rid of the rats here because I don't see the quest objective at all. Right, it was through here, through the cavern. Let's get through the cavern. Now that we've updated that quest. There we go. Could be worse, people. I could do the whole game like this. I would definitely do it. I love doing things like this, but since we are streaming, I won't. I won't torture anyone. I would play the whole game like that, like doing role-playing walk, like doing a role-playing walk. You could see that ambient sound was from Knights of the Old Republic. I'm not crazy. That na 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 na, and the other one is from World of Warcraft. That na na na. No. Like, I love how by now I can interpret the sounds. Can identify the sounds. All of those games. Yeah, level up. My favorite phrasal verb. Ha, you thought I was going to say word. Yeah. Phrasal verb. That's kind of like the last thing I had to master in my English lessons. What the shit? Nice particle effects. I'll have to act as a support here a bit. Damn it!
I'll take care of that.
Knock down that one. Let me cast my buffs. I should have done that previously. Let me give him dexterity. Never do that, people. Always enter combat with all of your buffs up. Oh well. I wonder if as a battle mage I can actually master a different weapon without affecting my spell casting. Oh, look at that. Yes, looks like the weapon doesn't count. The problem is that my mastery is all for staves. All of my mastery points. Oh well, doesn't matter. Then we will take care of the battle portion of my class of being a battle mage. Oh well. There we go. So like this, we are doing two quests at the same time, because we are not only clearing the cellar of rats, but we also could progress in the storyline of Salina and the other guy to free him. We now know what we need to do to free him. Hey, is that one? Yeah, that one is wounded. Alright, I ran out of astral energy, that's why you see that I cannot cast spells, but fortunately, since we are battle mages, I still have access to my endurance, so I can use Mighty Blow, and that's it. I have a hunch that we are going to stumble upon a big, huge rat as the boss of this zone. Let me harvest their tails so we can sell them. music. We have, see, for example, it's incredible how the soundtrack feels like Knights of the Old Republic at some point, or World of Warcraft. Like the one that there's a sound sample in this game that is the same as in World of Warcraft. Alright, so I'm beginning to see the pattern here. The tunnels collapse and we get a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rats, which is a lot. I wonder if we get area of effect spells eventually in this game. That would be quite interesting to see. That would be quite interesting.
Drink blood, my sword.
Because, for example, Baldur's Gate, I think it doesn't have area of effect spells at all. No. Like, they are all individual. Ah, yeah, there are some. Yeah, Baldur's Gate does have some. It's just that you get them in the late game. If my memory serves me right, it's like that. There are some. Right, at least we're getting a lot of experience. Deep beneath Fardok, looks like we still have to get to the belly of the beast. We are in the belly of the beast, but get deeper inside of it. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Civilization? It's incredible how, as I've said, how even if this game belongs to the classic RPG genre, which would originally be kind of like older than any MMORPG or most MMORPGs and isometric action RPGs like Diablo. Oh, how it incorporates some elements, proving that Drakensang 1 is a reinterpretation of the classic RPG genre in that sense. It's absolutely amazing. For example, with a down to earth example, the concept of farming wasn't common in classic RPG games like Baldur's Gate. Like, you don't farm, you have encounters like you have in this game. Or in The Witcher 1, for example, is another case. The Witcher 1 does incorporate farming, even if it follows a classic style of combat. But in that sense, Drakensang is the same as The Witcher 1. Even if it's more modern... Hey, what are you doing here? Even if it's more...
There's a lot to do. These caves are very large. Let me know if you need anything.
no problem. I don't need anything. We're exploring the place. Even if it's a classic RPG game, a game that belongs to the same genre as Baldur's Gate, it incorporates the concept of farming from World of Warcraft, from grindy MMORPGs from the early 2000s, like Lineage 2, and also from Diablo, from isometric action RPG games. Because in the Dark Forest, in the first stream, we could actually farm the enemies. They actually did respawn. So there's a concept of farming. In that sense, it's pretty well... For example, those are the same tunes as Knights of the Old Republic. So it's absolutely incredible. That's ripped straight from Knights of the Old Republic, huh? That's ripped straight from Knights of the Old Republic. We killed all of the rats, I guess? I think they were the collapsing tunnels that you just saw. We took care of the problem.
Hurry up. There's a lot to do. These caves are very large. Let me know if you need anything.
Take me back to your brother. Send me back to the entrance. Send me back to the entrance. Send me back there. Hey, my new keycaps are quite good. I love them. Love them. Then I can show you some, as I promised people. I think we killed them all. Ha, there you are.
I'll wait for you here.
Uh? You mean I didn't kill all of them? We definitely killed all of them. That underline below the character was popularized also, I think in Dragon Age Origins it's also like that. And in StarCraft. StarCraft 2 basically popularized a lot of... No, but it was 2010, this is 2008 now. Besides, they were different genres, so... They recycled the ambience of the dungeons a bit, but they're pretty well done. So I can't complain. If you recycle something good, then you are multiplying all of its virtues. I wonder if I'll ever be able to understand all of the gameplay mechanics of the game. Yeah, I think that by now. Right. Here I killed all of the rats, and I don't see any objective. Well, the game doesn't have objective trackers, but still. I don't see any objective pointer. I did hear the tunnel. I did hear the tunnel collapsing. Will the rats respawn? Huh? What's this? Slight gangrene poison shit. Oh, let me cure you that. Because it has a penalty. Charisma and strength. We have to heal him. Overhead damage display deactivated? No, I love it. No. All overhead displays activated. Okay. I love floating damage numbers. Borderlands wouldn't be such an amazing game.
I'll take care of that.
You had the bandages? Who has the bandages? I had a lot of bandages. You have the bandages, Gladys? Treat poisons. You have the bandages, but you don't have treat poisons. Go to Lana. Lana, what do you have? Treat poisons here? What the are we all stupid? Are we? Am I stupid?
Good choice. Follow me. Listen up, everyone.
First, I want to verify something. Balm of Healing, I think it has a chance. Does it cure that? Balm of Healing? No, it's only health. Potentially. It's only health. Let me verify that. I like no. Depending on the number of point, use the powerful spell heal wounds and injuries. Heals 2 dice rolls of 6. 2 dice rolls of 6 faces, modifier times, plus 5 modifier times of 5 vitality points. Humans according to the modifier critical wounds cannot be healed. Ah. The number of wounds that can be healed corresponds to the amount of the modifier. If the number of wounds is higher than the modifier, no wounds can be healed. And it's 0. So that's why I cannot heal wounds. However, if I upgrade the modifier, it should heal 1 wound. Right? It doesn't consume a lot. And it's well worth it. Okay, I think I was playing with 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 an outdated character. Let me increase my astral energy so I have even higher reserves. That consumes a lot. Intelligence. No, intuition. Well, what's the Constitution, dexterity, and what's CL? Cleverness. Cleverness. Oh well, whatever. Let me accept the changes. So with 7 points of the modifier of the balm of healing, with the balm of healing, we should no longer rely on the bandages.
Let me do that.
Let's see. On the bandages to you don't have this shit. Please give them to me. Thank you. Rana. Pilates. Yeah.
Amazon Pride.
Treat poisons. Treat wounds. It doesn't consume a lot anyways. Except changes, so she should be like an infirmary. Like a nurse. So now we should have a high degree of efficiency of that. Where are the bandages? Where did I leave the bandages? There.
Listen up, everyone.
Give them to her. There. Now we just press 3 on. Alright, I'm an idiot. It's I'm an idiot. It's actually poison. That one is for wounds. Let's see if that efficiency. Now it fails the check. Yeah, typical. Let me try. Maybe Balm of Healing heals poison?
Good choice.
Don't think so.
Let me do that.
Hey, this is quite unfair. I have 8 points. There we go. Alright, so for Slight Gangrene, you need to treat poison. Or was it to treat poison? It was the Ghoul Moon tea. Could be? I think I used an antidote last time. Wait. Wait, people. Because I think it's the Ghoul Moon tea, and we have at least 3.
Listen up, everyone.
We have at least 3 chances of healing that. Let's see. Fresh Ghoul Moon tea, treat poison. Yep. Yep. Treat poison. We had 3 chances. I'm not very optimistic about it, but well, let's see. Yeah, treat poison. Fruit poisons. Ah, look at that. So convenient. You can also save scam and not worry about it. Probably that. Good, good, good. So the Balm of Healing. Anyways, the Balm of Healing should remove conditions like that. What does it remove? Wounds. It removes wounds, but not poison. Wounds, but not poison. Wait. Alright. Now I know that the Balm of Healing should at least heal wounds. Good. So we don't have to rely on bandages. But for poison, we still need the Ghoul Moon tea. It was Ghoul Moon, right? Ghoul Moon tea. Ghoul Moon tea. Well, I think we pretty much explored the whole place. I think we got rid of the rat problem, as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't see how there's any rat left. Let me check the plague of rats. Find the source of the rat plague. I got to go deep below Furdok in order to discover the source of the rat plague. Right. Okay. Maybe we didn't explore a specific section. Maybe over there could it be? Because we are coming from here. I mean, those sound samples are straight from Knights of the Republic, some of them. Dead end. Here. Source of the rat plague. Source of the rat plague. Let's see. Amazing ambience music. Wish modern games had something like this. Some of them do, but still. This is a dead end. And what about this one? I am not sure we came this way, huh? Perhaps, otherwise it's the other. Haven't we been here? Well, we're definitely getting deeper. So... there's another exit up ahead. I mean, another transition to even a deeper part of the dungeon, maybe? I think we're on the right track. Bars, that's a dead end. Yes, it's going deeper and deeper, people. That indicates that we are on the right track. Deep beneath Furdok. Let's see. Now I can see that we were up against a massive... There we are. Something is moving there. And I generally kill everything inside, so that indicates that this is the path. Good, 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 good. Let me save. Grey Wolf Rat. See, it's no longer Wolf Rat. Now it's Grey Wolf Rat. What's the difference between those two? Probably some stats that make these more powerful. Let's see. Oh, that's a lot of them. Good. Shit, my buffs. I forgot to trigger my buffs. Now I feel stupid. Before entering combat. District DSO. Hello, can you enable the bots for day 1, 2, 3 for this game? District DSO. Hello, thank you from the bottom of my heart for visiting my stream. Sadly, since I'm not not affiliate or even no, I'm not even affiliate. Sadly, after 7 days, until I don't reach 50 followers, that I cannot do it. I will upload them to YouTube. If you'd like, I'll upload them to YouTube. Then, whenever I have enough time. Yeah, sorry. Until I don't hit 50 followers, it's only 7 days. It's only 7 days. But if you have any question about the game, feel free to ask. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being the 31st follower of the channel. Deep thanks. I am streaming in this category because the original category for this game doesn't exist because of how old it is, or at least I couldn't find it. But if you have any questions about the game, tell me. No worries at all. You are the second person who finds my stream through this game, and they also came from Drakensang Online, and the person also had a lot of that. So no worries. It's a classic RPG, like it's like Baldur's Gate, like Icewind Dale, like Neverwinter Nights. It has real time with post combat, pretty similar to the Infinity Engine games developed by BioWare. If you liked specifically, I recommend here on the channel, I recommend games besides analyzing them. So I can tell you that if you like Dragon Age Origins, you will like this game because you'll definitely love this game, because the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics is very similar to Dragon Age Origins. If you played Dragon Age Origins, for example, or Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale, it's pretty similar. You control a party, it's real time with post combat, like it was back in the day, and basically this is the German interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons. Basically, I covered all of the story in the first day that precisely. Don't worry, I will anyways upload it to YouTube after the Sacred 2 series. Sacred 2, another great game, also developed by also a German developer called Ascaron. It's like Diablo, but I can highly recommend you this one, definitely if you like specifically Dragon Age Origins, because it's a modern reinterpretation, as you can see, of the classic RPG formula, long after the genre stopped being popular, like Baldur's Gate kind of like popularized it. But I was precisely mentioning that the MMORPG genre with World of Warcraft and Diablo, which basically the Diablo clones, the isometric action RPG genre, then they incorporated a lot of concepts, a more subtle level design development concepts, like for example farming, and basically Drakensang 1 inherits some of those elements. For example, there's farming in some sections, something that Baldur's Gate doesn't have. In the tutorial section, which is the Dark Forest. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for also subscribing over at YouTube. As you can see, I have both of the channels open. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And deeply appreciate it. And be welcome. No problem. No, thanks from the bottom of my heart. Because besides, I only stream underrated games that, well, over at YouTube I have the whole game analysis vault. I do metaphysical reviews of games. I dissect them, basically, with all of the crazy philosophical panels that you see down here. You finally find metaphysical reality, or a concept that nowadays is so forgotten because of how we define reality as a sum of our mental perceptions instead of a specific combination of molecules and particles of the metaphysical entities external to our minds. And basically, I basically apply scholasticism, which is a philosophical branch to game analysis. And because of that, I dissect things like the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics, the things like the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics, the psychological sense of progression on the player. For example, in Sacred 2, that proved to be amazing. We also have a beautiful community over at Discord. Always thanks to them as well. There's already 8 of us, and there we do game recommendations as well. Basically, metaphysical reviews of games and game recommendations. And in the case of this one, precisely, I was mentioning in today's stream that it's curious because it inherits some elements from more modern genres. Like the MMORPG genre popularized the WASD control scheme, And this game uses it. And the WAS, the control scheme, is kind of like it was developed after, or at least popularized after, the classic RPG genre and its heyday, and the main popularity moment of it. Basically, World of Warcraft popularized it, and we're talking about 2004, and Baldur's Gate is 1998. So it belongs to, in terms. I always say this, district DSO, that the first thing to describe the game as the clearest way possible is the genre classification, and this is a classic RPG. Beyond that, it is an amalgamation. It inherits elements from more modern influences like World of Warcraft, for example. The Flood, I read the reviews in the first stream. I can do you a brief summary. I read the Metacritic reviews from the users just so I have a basic idea of what to expect, and then I compare my first impressions to them in the first part of the analysis. Basically, the tutorial is not that different from this. It's the same enemy variety, the same wolf rats. I'm not that into the game. There's a lot of dialogue. There's the social aspect of the game. This game has a lot of reading. It's more slow-paced because of the genre classification, precisely. Like in Baldur's Gate, there isn't a moral choice system, as far as I can tell, but it does feature long dialogues with a political social system in place, and as you can see, the combat, in terms of the combat, that's for the social aspect of it. A lot of reading. It's not like Diablo 2, it's like Baldur's Gate, it's like Dragon Age Origins, like Icewind Dale, like Neverwinter Nights, like all of them. All classic RPGs from the 90s. In terms of the combat, as you can see, it's real-time with pause. Similar to... I played Drakensang Online, never played other single-player Drakensang game. I usually like watching streams playing single-player games. I understand better the story by watching others playing. Yeah, I imagine so. I am, as I said, I'm streaming this category because the original category for this game, at least I couldn't find it. Because it happened to me with several others. For example, I even cast Rise of the Mage. It's like Diablo. If you like Drakensang Online, which is more like that, it's I even cast Rise of the Mage. Sacred 2, that I also played recently. I recently did the final analysis. There you have an example of what I do here. For example, yeah, I saw game is sold, so makes sense. It's not on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I at least when I typed Drakensang, it only appeared Drakensang Online, and it happened to me several times, huh? It happened to me several times with other ones. With Abencast Rise of the Mage, it happened too. And Abencast Rise of the Mage is also from 2008. Yeah, so pretty much. One thing I forgot. Before anything, get the edition from Good Old Games, not from Steam. At least as far as I could tell, the version from Steam will only work windowed, and for that you will need a program called... It's the same program as Sacred 2. You'll need a program called, if you have the Steam version, you'll need a program called Borderless Gaming, but the Good Old Games version doesn't need it, so it's an advantage. I was precisely mentioning, now that you say Drakensang Online, that... Well, in Drakensang Online, I haven't played that one. I like going in order, generally, and yes, I play these underrated games that... I was mentioning the huge distinction between the classic RPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre, which... Well, or MMORPG genre in that case. In the case of Drakensang Online, it would be isometric MMORPG genre, as far as I can tell. Because it incorporates way too many MMORPG elements that further define it. Though a lot of people would say that back in the day, Diablo 2, I mean, behaved a bit like an MMORPG, if we think about it. No, the prime example is Sacred 2, the one that I played previously to this one. It's also a German-developed game that pretty much is like the Diablo equivalent of this game, so it would be quite similar to the one that you are playing, to Drakensang Online. Sacred 2, I highly recommend. I awarded it the highest qualification. The game is bigger. It's so incredibly massive. It took me a whole year. My whole analysis of this year was Sacred 2. Imagine how big it is. I highly recommend you Sacred 2. Sacred 2, if you like isometric action RPG. Well, I like both styles. 1 year, yeah. I only stream 4 hours twice a week, but still, it took me up until, well, we have the final analysis, the date that I finished it recently, a month ago. Took me a whole year. Sacred 2. Sacred 2 is the game that I analyzed previous to the RPG that I analyzed previous to this one. I have been recommending it to everyone since then, to the viewers of a Split Second and the viewers of Singularity, which is the other one that I played after Sacred 2. I discovered it this year. I highly recommend it to you. It's massive. It's more like Diablo, but it still retains some MMORPG elements. If you like Drakensang Online, I specifically recommend you Sacred 2 that I played this year. You have my whole, I think over at YouTube there, I'm still publishing the streams. Yeah. I'm still in the swamp over at YouTube. I'm still uploading them because I add the timestamps so people know have a reference. It took me a whole year. I'm still working on uploading all of the Sacred 2 streams. So imagine, because I want to add the timestamps so people know what topic I'm analyzing. I analyze a lot of crazy things, like for example, the one thing that Sacred 2 that I praised so much about Sacred 2. I won't spoil the qualification for you in case you want to watch the analysis. The one thing is how it's one of the few RPG games that finally surpassed the conundrum of using min-maxing as a stat paradigm. Yeah, I analyze those things, but with the down-to-earth example, it's pretty easy in practical terms. It's basically that in Sacred 2, defense is 50% of the combat gameplay mechanics, of the abstract complexity of the combat gameplay mechanics, and that gives Sacred 2 a distinctive edge over something like Diablo 2, over Diablo 3, sorry. Because in Diablo 3, in those modern hack and slashy games like Lost Ark, for example, another modern great example. Hey, could it be that this is a nested dungeon? Pretty good level design in that sense. Now let me see if the quest objective is over there. Maybe I want to explore all of that. It's incredible how in Diablo 3, for example, you kill enemies faster than the amount of time required for the developers of the game to design a defensive system as part of the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics. It's absolutely amazing. In Diablo 2, in Diablo 2 you can just kill without worrying about defense. In Diablo 3, and more hack and slashy modern isometric action RPG games, you can just kill without worrying about defense. In Sacred 2, what I praised so much is that there's an emphasis on the defensive system. In Diablo 3, you just kill everything and not worry about anything. Well, it's precisely... See, I dissect it to a more abstract level, but it's the same at the end of the day. And this is the brilliant idea that's the reason why I praised Sacred 2 so much. Because what you are describing, that you just kill everything and you don't worry about anything, if you think about it, I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I described it, and some other viewers agreed with me, some fans of Sacred 2, that you are effectively reducing the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics by 50%. Because if we take into account that combat is, in Sacred 2 or in most RPG games, it's attack and defense, and in Diablo 3 it's only attack, you are basically effectively destroying 50% of the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics. Because you take out defense. The armor rating, it's next to non-existent, which would be the equivalent that we have in more classic RPG games. In that sense, so All right, I need to get to the entrance of the third level. Another one that I highly recommend to you that is a bit more old school. It's a Hellgate London that I also played it. Hellgate London. You have my gameplay, but anyways, Hellgate London is amazing. The 2038 server, driven by the community, is absolutely amazing. Hellgate London is third person, but it's like Diablo in combined. Is the predecessor of Borderlands. Yeah, I will check the YouTube boss. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. But yeah, no. In case I mention this whenever someone discovers my streams, because a lot of people know the popular ones, and then they discover a lot of underrated games that are absolute hidden gems that simply are not showcased nowadays. It's the very reason of my channel's existence. I couldn't simply tolerate that there were a lot of underrated games that definitely certainly deserved much more praise, and basically they were sadly ignored in a way that would have been in a way that is pitiful, because it would have been extremely beneficial to find more games um, of the same genre in that sense. Hey, how do we get to the third level? And yeah. Sacred 2 will be quite similar to Drakensang Online. In the case of this one, going back to what I was mentioning, um, it's a classic RPG. The real time with post combat. There isn't a sequential. There isn't a sequential abstract complexity in the rotation of the abilities, following the tradition. Yeah, it was through here. There isn't a sequential rotation of the abilities. It's like in classic tabletop games. This is based on. I mentioned this at the in the first stream precisely, that it's based on the Dark Eye tabletop game. That is the original German equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. So it follows those rules. For example, here you can see that I am here. Two of my characters have slight gangrene, and I need to kind of like manually heal that. What I'm trying to tell you with this is that the abstract complexity is higher than in games from the isometric action RPG genre. The camera is a bit flawed. That's one of the flaws that I've encountered. It's not all bells and whistles, because you see that I'm using the WASD control scheme. But if I do this is, I think, all of the reviewers mentioned this about the camera. See how it doesn't get centered around the character, but fortunately, the developers, I don't know if they knew about it or what, but they designed a second control scheme. I'm basically moving the character with WASD, and the camera panning movements with the right mouse button. Basically, this combination is pretty effective. It behaves like an MMORPG. That's what I was mentioning today in terms of the genre classification and the early game mechanics. Better with WASDs, yeah. But the original one, you bet it was this one. I don't know why they didn't keep it centered, because if it would have been centered, it would have been amazing. In terms of the flaws, be aware of that. As I've said, be aware of getting the good old games version, because you won't need borderless gaming. And as for the rest, you can pause the combat, as you have been watching. You can inflict burn, you can inflict wound, and I have to show you the stat system so you have an idea. You cannot change gear in combat. This is a common convention of Dungeons and Dragons, and in this case, the German equivalent game, the German equivalent tabletop game. There's a concept of weight here, and basically, when in doubt, right click. That's basically what I learned. What I learned. This is basically what I've been exploring so far. The early game stat system. Different parts of the gear affect different parts of the. For example, there you can see that the armor as a whole affects the chest, but also the belly, the back, the left arm, and the right arm. It provides 1 point for each. The armor is distributed individually. I love the abstract complexity of old school stat systems like this one. So, as a brief intro, expect a full-fledged classic RPG, not a hack and slashy isometric action RPG like Diablo, not something like Titan Quest, not something. By the way, Titan Quest 2 it will be released. People, someone over at Discord posted it some weeks ago, and that's how I know about it. That Titan Quest 2 will finally be released, and expect, for example, here the talents. You see classic the classic influence of Baldur's Gate in all of the stat system of the game. Like, you can go from rogue to those things, but you can see here that it also has social stats. Very, very so usual, so typical in to find this in classic RPG games and not in Diablo. In something like Diablo or Titan Quest. I'm not saying that isometric action RPG games are inferior. By any means, people. Diablo 2 is the father of all RPG games. It has to do with the differences in terms of the amalgamation of the tabletop mechanics. There isn't a concept I mentioned. Well, this is the proficiency with the weapons. This is the skill tree that I don't even mastered it. We are a battle mage here, as you can see here, and we have access to talents that you have to. I think these ones you have to buy them from vendors. Definitely, this one, for example, I bought it from a vendor, so I'm learning that you actually have to buy the skills, like in classic Baldur's Gate, because you had to buy the scroll. And as I was precisely mentioning, the idea is that this game inherits the classic DNA from Baldur's Gate, while also incorporating modern elements like the camera control, like the concept of farming, because enemies respawn in certain zones from the MMORPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre. As for the rest, there are internal dice rolls in the combat. Morrowind also does this. So you play with 4 characters and you need one tank, one hit. Yes. In this, I'm still working on the party composition, but yes, so far, basically, it's like the same inherited philosophy of a Baldur's Gate. This Rulana here, can I do it in combat? Rulana, for example, you can see that she has more armor. She's a tank. The same goes for Thorgrim. There you can see that the stats are generally higher than mine. See? I can only equip leather armor. This is something, it's a very interesting topic, the one that you are mentioning. A subtle influence, which is that the distinction between roles was much more accentuated in the classic RPG genre compared to something in Diablo. Diablo 3 you can heal yourself, you can be DPS, you can be a tank all at the same time while playing Barbarian or something like that, probably. The lines are much more blurred in that sense. But World of Warcraft 2004, for example, back in the day, just so everyone has a reference, anyone watching this as a YouTuber as well, it had much more strict rule. Diablo 3, you play all roles. Yeah. One wonders if role distinction makes a difference at all at that point. No, it was much more accentuated in the classic RPG genre and games developed kind of like in the early 2000s. There are positives and negatives. I think the distinction between roles pretty much, that's why Lost Ark has proven to be so successful, people, because it retains, it's a modern MMORPG that with an isometric view that was released recently by I don't, was it NCSoft? No, it was another one. But it basically followed the Korean grindy style of Mew Online, for example, and I love how that game, for example, retains the MMORPG elements from the MMORPG genre, from something like Diablo 3, which is a isometric action RPG, but by then Blizzard fused the philosophy of World of Warcraft with Diablo 3 a bit, so it could also be considered an isometric MMORPG, technically, Diablo 3. So in that sense, a Lost Ark fortunately recovered. Oh, 5 rats! Recovered the classic roles, and you can see that the at least the hardcore audience appreciates it a lot. It is true that since it's Korean, it's way too grindy, but still. For example, here you can see that I use my abilities. Going back, yeah, you have your. I still don't have a healer. And I don't even know if the limit is 4. This is something that I've been paying attention to. I don't even know if the limit is 4 of your party. Oh, another great example would be Divinity Original Sin. That one is turn-based, in that sense. It's a bit more, even more modern. But it's 4 characters, and you need to have the... Well, in that one... Yeah, you need to have a healer. You need to have a healer and at least one tank. So yeah. It respects the classic roles separation from classic MMORPGs and classic from MMORPGs and classic RPGs from the early 2000s. Yeah, it does respect the role separation. I still don't have a healer. I'm working on it, and you gradually do it, like in Baldur's Gate. Like in Baldur's Gate, you don't start by being a healer. Well, except for the paladin, you could say, but not at the beginning. At the beginning, the paladin does work like a warrior. Like, it is a warrior at the beginning, the paladin. Then it turns into a healer. Pretty much. The same for World of Warcraft. In the early levels, the paladin, one could hardly argue that it can heal anything at all. Like that. But yeah, you have to slowly build up. You have to slowly direct the mage class. It has 20 classes. This game. It has a huge variety of classes in that sense. It has 20 classes. That was a positive first impression that I got. But see, for example, now I have a slight gangrene poison. So I have to, just like in old school classic RPG games, grab this Ghoul Moon tea that let me show you the description so you can see it. I didn't know all of this up until the second stream. I think I figured it out in the second stream. Here you can see that treat poison +1 to the dice roll, to the internal dice roll. This has checks, like in Dungeons and Dragons. It has internal dice roll checks, as I was previously mentioning, behind every action, like in Baldur's Gate. And here, for example, you use it with a +1 to the dice roll to cure it. For example, now I'll try to cure my slight gangrene, which reduces my strength and my charisma for all of the characters affected, 3 of them. For example, I will use this specific character to treat the poison wounds of the others, because I invested some points on treat poisons. Basically, you have to purchase this book. You have to purchase it through experience over at the vendor. Basically, and well, you have to buy the book, and also you need to have the experience, basically. So there you can basically see that you need more than at least 1 point, and the higher it is, the higher the modifier to the dice roll that I will use to try to heal it. It can still fail, as it will most probably do. Let's see. There you can see it's activating, it's doing the dice roll checks, and there it worked. The gangrene got away from my main character. So let's try it on the very same character that did it, and maybe it fails because of the dice roll check. Well, it worked because I employed a lot of modifiers, but some minutes ago it failed. Some very seconds ago it failed. And like that with the wounds. See that this one is no, this one is poison, and I ran out of those. If it's a wound, you have to use the bandages. Or in my case, I recently got this Balm of Healing spell that, if you invest a lot of points, it cures something called wounds, which is basically the same concept of poison. So in that sense, keep that in mind in case that sounds tedious, because I know that for a lot of people, the tropes of the classic RPG genre could be tedious, because you have to read a lot to understand sometimes how to deal with. Oh, we have a huge dungeon ahead of us, huh? Because you how to deal with them, to understand how to deal with them. But basically, here we have our buffs. For example, it does have buffs. With that one, with fastness of body, as you can see, my stats go up a lot. It's like the magic, the magic armor in World of Warcraft. And with this one, I, for example, can increase the dexterity of the tanks of the group. And basically, in terms of the melee combat, as I've said, they are internal dice rolls that compare against the armor. It's a classic Dungeons and Dragons style. In Baldur's Gate, there's a very weird concept, which is taken straight from 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons, which is the THACO, the to-hit armor class 0, which is counterintuitive because the lower your armor, the more evasive you are, the more probable it is for you to dodge. Here, fortunately, this game isn't like that. This game, fortunately, that's what I said, that it's a classic game with the classic abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics, incorporating modern concepts. The concept of having positive armor is relatively modern for the classic RPG genre. For games like Icewind Dale, for games like Baldur's Gate, they all use negative armor, and the to-hit armor class 0. Kind of like the negative armor was subtracted from a 1 to 20 dice roll in the probability of landing on the target. Here it's the other way. The higher the armor, the more probable it is that you will evade the attack. Basically. I still don't know how to increase my accuracy in terms of melee, of landing all of the blows. I am playing as a mage, the classic distinction. Bear in mind, people, that in these games, since there was an accentuated difference between classes, the mage was meant to be more powerful than a warrior, because the warrior was meant to be a tank, actually. So if you want to go DPS, you'll have to go for a mage, like I intuitively did at the beginning. So as for the rest, there are some other things that I can think of. The game is massive. I didn't show you the map. The map, this is the local map, what you've been seeing. It's kind of like a BioWare game in terms, well, this is in terms of the level design, but I also explained it in the first stream. The level design is that of a BioWare game. Semi-open world, it's not open world, it's not massive. It's semi-open world, similar to Knights of the Old Republic, similar to Icewind Dale, similar to Baldur's Gate, and as a direct consequence of that, there's a bit of recycling in terms of the ambience. For example, the dungeons all look very similar. Like this one is very similar to the one at the beginning of the game. There's a different lighting, but it's the same. But it's semi-open world, which I personally always mention is positive. Why? Because just like I mentioned in the analysis of Ivancast Rise of the Mage and Hellgate Land and all of those, the fact that you are fighting, that you are going up against monsters in narrow passages, it's a brilliant influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics, people. I always mention it as a positive element. Why? Because if you don't deliberately incorporate that level design abstract element, what prevents the player from just running away? There's also a concept of time in a lot of games, for example in Ivancast Rise of the Mage, and in MMORPG games and classic RPG games, which is the concept of casting time. For example, Sacred 2 had it, even if it was an isometric action RPG. It was like Diablo 2, but it was like Diablo 2, but it incorporated the concept of casting time, which is always highly important. And you must be thinking, well, why? What's the huge benefit Well, because if you are forced to fight in a narrow passage, the player doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver. There we got something to treat the poison. Good. We looted some gold munti. Good. If you don't have a lot of room to maneuver and escape, the level design is appropriately influencing the gameplay mechanics. In Sacred 2 you can see, in Abencast Rest of the Mage you can see it perfectly. Because in that game you only have mages to play with. So there's a concept of casting time, and while you are casting, enemies surround you and kill you. Think how you are always killed in Diablo 2, for example, people. Generally, or in Hellgate London. Generally, you will be surrounded by enemies and killed by mobs. And I put a lot of emphasis on the surrounding portion of it. Because if we could just escape endlessly, if it was all open world, it's easy to break the detection range of the enemies. This is something that happens in World of Warcraft, which I think is a mistake. Because then you have to perfectly handle the detection range of the enemies, up until which point they'll follow you. In that sense, this game has a pretty efficient, a high degree of efficiency in the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics. Just like Abencast Rise of the Mage, just like Sacred 2, that's why I recommended it, especially in the dungeons, even if it has a massive open world. But it manages it perfectly, Sacred 2. That's why it took me a whole year to complete it, but it was well worth it. It's a... Oh, I can see the main problem. That's a lot of rats. I still don't have area of effect abilities here. I still don't have any area of effect spells so far. I'm looking for them. So yeah. The buffs are still up. 8 seconds. 1 second. Well, shit. Yeah, I should have timed my buffs a bit better. It has the concept of time buffs, as you can see, and in terms of the level design, as I said, semi-open world and a high degree of efficiency of the level design on the gameplay mechanics. In that sense, I cannot complain. Damn it. I need the buff. Oof. See, spells can fail if you interrupt the casting time. For example, the fact that I entered this fight without checking my buffs, see how it can play a huge role. So, just like in Baldur's Gate, you can pause the game and do all of your actions like this when you're in a pinch. In terms of the difficulty, there's something that I should highlight, which is that this game is very accessible for a classic RPG. I remember it took me a whole month to even get to play Baldur's Gate, and this game is very accessible, in the sense that in Baldur's Gate, you don't even... most of your lands don't even... most of your hits don't even land at the beginning of the game. That is kind of like very, very terrible for newcomers to the classic RPG genre in that sense. So, because most of your hits won't even land, you will need a mage mandatorily. Like without a mage, you won't even be able to deal a lot of damage in the early game of Baldur's Gate until you don't get the proper armor and weapons. Like, your hits won't even land, so you won't be able to even progress through the game. Especially someone as suicidal as me, that I did my first walkthrough of Baldur's Gate in the highest difficulty, in the Throne of Ball difficulty. And none of my hits would land, and I was coming from Diablo 2 in that sense. My hits are not landing. What's going on? And well, I had to learn that there are internal dice rolls. That there was a dice roll, a 1 to 20 dice roll with modifiers against the to hit armor class 0, and all of those things. So, but it took me a month. It took me a month to even get to play Baldur's Gate 1. So, in that sense, I recommend this one instead because it's much more accessible. At least your hits will land, your melee hits will land, which are generally the early game gameplay mechanic that you will be doing all the time, so it wouldn't be that frustrating. And then if you like this as an introduction to the classic RPG genre, then go for Baldur's Gate because it's the father of all RPG, of all classic RPG games. You'll have to learn about the differences in armor, but this one, since it, as I've said, since it's an amalgamation, since the abstract complexity of the combat specifically and the gameplay mechanics, it's an amalgamation of of modern and classic mechanics, it'll be much more familiar in that sense. Baldur's Gate, for someone who, for example, hasn't played any classic RPG game, it's brutal. Or Knights of the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic, in that sense, it's quite similar to this one. Knights of the Old Republic, no, not Icewind Dale. Dragon Age Origins, they are much more accessible than Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale. For the first one, then of course you should definitely play the classics because, well, you know, they're the ones that originated the genre. Let me see if I can treat the please. No, retreat a bit. Come over here. Come over here. Retreat a bit because we have those rats. They all inflicted a lot of debuffs on us. It's more slow paced. So said. Bear that in mind. You won't find the hack and slashy combat of something like Darksiders or Titan Quest or Torchlight. So yeah, it's a bit more slow paced. You have to manage the party. Poison. Give me the. I looted some gold munti. For example, see here, enemies will frequently inflict this, and you have to stop and use your dedicated character to do that, to treat them. For example, my healing spell cannot deal with poison, and here, for example, you can see. But the dice rolls are quite lax. See, for example, it worked again. The dice rolls are quite lax. They are quite forgiving when compared to something like Baldur's Gate. In Baldur's Gate, they are unforgiving. So I can recommend it in that sense. Wounded. Which one has 3 wounds? See, for example, now I have this is a broken limb, a wound.
Let me do that.
See, I gave this character all of them, so she can heal all of us. But you can see that the dice rolls are generous in comparison. There you can see that there was a 2. The wounds can stack. That's something unique to this game. The wounds can stack, and when any of your characters gets knocked down, you get 4 stacks of wounds. So you have to use it 4 times. In that sense, it's a perfect influence. Another element that I love analyzing. And another element why Sacred 2 was so brilliant. I would say it's the best game that I've analyzed definitely this year. But that's why, because it had a perfect influence of the economic system on the gameplay mechanics. Because you not only lost the amount of time, you heal yourself, please. No, it's poison, my bad. Not only the amount of time of trying to kill a big bad boss, but also Sacred 2 has an internal clock system that reduces the income that you will get from mobs from a period of time, and without that income, without the money required, you cannot progress through the elemental system of the game. It has the highest degree of efficiency I've seen in a while. That's why I'm recommending it so much after playing it. Not only a massive overworld and those, but also the high degree of efficiency of the economic system. Have you played before this game? This one? No. It's the first time I'm playing it. Drakensang 1. I had it in my backlog. For quite some time. I only do... Yeah, most of the time I do... Well, I don't know if I can... Well, blind playthroughs, basically. I play games that are extremely underrated, forgotten, but that I haven't played generally, because they are so obscure and underrated that I'm also a victim of playing popular games, I guess. We are all We are all. It's the first time. It's my first time playing it, and is that? But I can definitely tell it's much more forgiving. At the beginning, the first stream, I was completely lost, huh? In the first stream, when you see the the first minutes of me creating the character, when I upload that, I was completely lost. But I adapted quite quickly. It's much more forgiving. That's why I was recommending it if the if someone is looking for kind of like the classic RPG genre, and most people discover the classic RPG genre nowadays through Divinity Original Sin 2. And I think that will be fun to see day one. Yeah. Well, in the beginning of Sacred 2, I was also lost, huh? In the beginning of Sacred 2, I'm always lost at the beginning because these are games that were quite complex. See, for example, there I got knocked down, and you can see critical wound, gangrene poison, and 4 stacks of being wounded. There I can see that these wolf rats are much more dangerous. No, yeah, with Sacred 2, for example, you could have a good laugh. It's, as I've said, it's similar to Drakensang Online, though you can play it offline. And in that sense, the naming conventions of Sacred 2, they are quite complex, and at the beginning you don't understand the thing. In Sacred 2, in the first stream, I remember I spent the first half an hour fighting without a weapon equipped. Without a weapon equipped district, so imagine. And I said, well, we'll learn, because these games back in the day came with thick physical game guides as tabletop games. They were similar to tabletop games in that sense. They came with physical guides. I miss those. I miss physical releases of games for PC even. They came with those guides, and you have to learn them. And here I didn't read any guide at all. So you have to learn them as you play them. The Good Old Games bundle, when you buy the game, does have it in PDF. That's why I also recommend it. Good Old Games includes. There we go. That was pretty good. You're also poisoned. Everyone is fucking poisoned here. Those wolf rats are so venomous. Damn it. And yeah. Pretty much. I While I adapted, I should have read the physical guide. They come with those guides, so I sad that we lost that tradition. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. I remember that I saw once here in. I am from the capital of Argentina, from from. Well, it would be Fair Winds in English. Otherwise, it's Buenos Aires. The pronunciation. Um, I remember that I saw once when I was a kid a physical edition of Age of Empires 3 that was all golden. It was beautiful. It was beautiful in a library, for example. In a library, for example, and those were gorgeous. Those were gorgeous, and yeah, these games had those physical game guides, but fortunately, Good Old Games can provide you the PDF, for example. The same goes for Sacred 2. Sacred 2, the same story. That one has some crashing. That's the negative part of it. It has a nasty memory leak, but if you get the Good Old Games version, I fought against the crashing a lot with that game. But if you can get the Good Old Games version without going for the Enhanced Edition, which is a mod that I used to play it, if you just go for the Good Old Games version, it shouldn't have any issues. The problem is when you start modding it, and I wanted to play it modded because there's some community content that added a lot to it. So yeah, pretty much and I definitely appreciated those physical guides. They were also very good, and nowadays we should wonder if we should wonder if we should wonder about the we should pose the question. We should pose the question and wonder about the efficiency of what we are supporting, because we get digital games at the price of physical games when there's no physical distribution involved and without the physical guide. So at most it's digital if we are lucky. So I think we've lost a bit there. Because we are still paying the same prices. Like, they didn't get substantially cheaper. The games didn't get substantially cheaper. Where's the
Let me do that.
Lana?
Care of that.
I got knocked down, but am I?
Let me do that.
You can also move the camera with the. Ah, no, this one is knocked down. What's happening? Dying, but you have health. I mean, vitality. Alright. Anyways, I've depleted all of my resources. That was a pretty huge pack of wolf rats. The other one that I haven't played, it's Neverwinter Nights. I have to play Neverwinter Nights. I want to showcase it at some point, because it's kind of like one of the last huge classic RPGs that I haven't played. I love Knights of the Old Republic. I played Star Wars: The Old Republic a lot, which is the MMO. If you played Knights of the Old Republic, I'm sorry to tell you, Knights of the Star Wars: The Old Republic is Knights of the Old Republic 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 games in one. That's why it's my favorite game.
Care of that.
We're still in combat. Wait, that's why they are not reviving. Anyone else? That indicates that we're in combat. Star Wars: The Old Republic is my favorite game of all time. I played for a lot of years because precisely it's Knights of the Old Republic 1, 2, 3. No, sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 8 games in one. It's a World of Warcraft clone, basically, much more refined.
For Amazon Pride.
I don't see any enemy around us. But in that sense, Knights of the Old Republic, I love it. And I played it countless times. And I generally played in my in my birthday. October 24th is my birthday. So I played it on my birthday. In that sense, I love Knights of the Old Republic. So and Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age Origins, I completed it 100%. There we go. Dragon Age Origins, it's magnificent. Sad, I'm always sad that with Dragon Age 2, I still have to play it, but according to what I've seen, it took a drastic turn. That definitely, they changed the genre. They changed the genre. It's when they change it. For example, with Drakensang Online, according to what I've seen, they changed the genre. They changed the genre compared to this. It's completely different. Like, it's kind of like a MMORPG. Say, for example, there it failed.
Good choice.
It's more MMORPG according to what I've seen. I haven't played it, but I've seen the footage and it's like isometric MMORPG, because it doesn't let you. I don't know if it gives you an over-the-shoulder camera. I don't think so. It's like Mew Online in that sense. So, I mean, I should have packed more gold moon tea. I remember that I was an idiot, and in the first stream I had 99 stacks of gold moon tea, and I sold everything to buy better armor. Now I know, live and learn. No worries. Anyways, well, it affects the strength. It'll be a problem for the tanks, but they can still take the blows. They just won't deal as much damage, but mm. So I wasn't expecting to find in today's stream a multi-layered dungeon. This is floor 3, right? Let me see. Further deep beneath, further level 1, 2, 3. Ah no, this is level 5. Shit. It is the 5th dungeon. As I analyze the games, I always lose track of those things. Yeah. I wasn't expecting this, huh? It's the first time I stumble upon something like this, huh? The other one has 4 stacks of that. Let's see if we can fix it. Hey, my balm of healing should deal with the wounds. It should have a chance because I invested a lot of points on it. Hey, yes, I think it healed it. Yeah? Let's see, it should remove wounded. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Yeah. Fortunately, I bought this spell. So look at this. Interesting. I ran out of bandages. No, not for the poison. The poison I still cannot treat it. But for example, here we have 4 stacks. Thanks to the fact that I got Balm of Healing with I think it was, well, there it didn't work, but I saw it working. For example, here you can see. So I was mentioning the stat system of the game. See, I have 0 trait wounds, but I have a spell here with 7 points in the modifier. That means that it's a dice roll. It would be a dice roll of 1 to 20 plus 7 to beat the to kind of like do the to beat the check of working, basically. It worked? No. Alright, doesn't treat critical wounds. Remember, it doesn't treat critical wounds. Maybe it will treat this one. Or what, this one? Or maybe I have to treat this one before getting to the other ones. That's why it's not working. Well, anyways, this character is not the main DPS or the main tank in that sense. It's not even a healer. It's still not undefined like we would do in programming. Like the variable is undefined. Undefined role. Not even hybrid. I mean, the other day I was mentioning before analyzing the game. Today I was watching Batman of the Future. So good, people. So good. It's kind of like a lot of people don't know that Batman of the Future is kind of like the sequel of Batman from the 90s. Amazing Batman of the Future, because it's a continuation. It's a direct continuation. Pretty amazing. I watched it a bit as a kid, but I didn't remember it as being so good. Batman of the Future. Pretty good. I also love cartoons from the 90s. And I always mention them from time to time. And also gaming history. I always love the story of how the gaming industry became independent from the movie, from the film industry, basically. It was because of a copyright claim from Universal to Nintendo. I love that story. Do you remember the arcade machine of Donkey Kong? The one with the kind of like there was a regular show, for example, episode in which they did a homage. They paid homage to the arcade machine. Oh, see how see how fast she died because of a critical wound. Well. Maybe that's why we can go back to the surface and restock ourselves, huh? But well. I'm not stopping now. I've done. I think the previous dungeon we did it with all of our members wounded. Alright, but with the buffs. I again forgot to activate the buffs. Shit. Yep. I think this is a wipe, people. First wipe of the stream. the gaming industry got independent from the film industry when Paramount, did a copyright claim to Nintendo for picturing Donkey Kong at the top of the arcade machine. If you played it, you know it. Otherwise, you can Google it. It's at the top of the construction site, and Paramount said that
Let me do
monkeys on top of construction sites were a copyright infringement. I know that nowadays it sounds ridiculous because with that very same idea, for example, Link would be a copyright infringement of The Legend of Zelda, would be a copyright infringement of The Lord of the Rings because of having pointy-eared elves. Oh well, that's the first wipe of the stream. And as you can see, it's just like in classic RPG games. You have two. It was 2023, 15. It pretty much it would be also a copyright infringement. So let me activate my buffs. I think with my buffs we can do it. We were here, right? Yep, we were here. There they are. I'm not taking advantage of. No, wait. The buffs. I'm forgetting about the buffs again. Here we go. Otherwise, I have no armor practically. That's another thing that I forgot to say. I discovered that in this game, metals. If you equip metals like armor or even a metal hat or whatever, you cannot cast a spell. You cannot cast spells. So, besides the clear distinction between classes that we were discussing, District, it also makes mages much more squishy, which further proves the point that they were going for a classic RPG style. 100%. The story is always magnificent, people. Paramount argued that monkeys on top of construction buildings were a copyright
avenging Kirko.
infringement by Nintendo when they developed the original Donkey Kong arcade machine. So, because of that, there's a case of Universal versus Nintendo, and Nintendo had no representation in the United States where the trial was going on. It was Japanese, and remember that back in the day, the film industry was much more powerful in that sense. It was much more powerful, and they had the best lawyers and everything. So who did Nintendo contact about? The last name will be quite interesting. John Kirby. John Kirby. I bet you can see the coincidence there. John Kirby was a lawyer, an American lawyer who represented Nintendo, and said that monkeys on top of buildings aren't a copyright infringement, for example. And he defended Nintendo, and because of that,
Attack.
copyright infringements of movies, let's say, are much more blurred in games, because otherwise no game could have ever been developed. People like can you imagine how many tropes from movies we get in games? It would have been a disaster, a catastrophe. So it's always a quite interesting story that the gaming industry got independent because of John Kirby and the fact that he defended the position. After that, Miyamoto was working on a character, an unnamed character,
Let me do that.
and in honor of him, he named it Kirby. Yes, I bet you. I bet you didn't know that the name is derived from a copyright infringement trial against Nintendo by Universal. John, that's why Kirby is, we would say, the guardian angel, the guardian of Donkey Kong,
For Amazon
the guardian of Donkey Kong, in that sense. So pretty much Ah, look at that, they don't refill their health when they level up. That was a classic mechanic in Knights of the Old Republic, for example. If it does feel like a BioWare game with all of the golden, with the golden theme going on for it. I think we'll have to go back to the surface. I can definitely feel, that we are inefficient in combat because of the gangrene and the and the broken limbs. Anyways, we have a pretty good party configuration because even after taking all of this beating, we are still up and running. Like, alright, I'm out of astral energy, I'm out of endurance for the physical attacks. That was my last spell. We can only do basic attacks now. But I can focus.
Corandra.
It's 3 against 2. We should be able to do it. I'm out of resources. I've depleted all of my resources. Though I should be able to use Mighty Blow here. Huh? What about you guys?
On pride.
No? 20? How much do you have? 10. What? 20? Ah, maybe it's increased because of the broken limbs and everything. No worries. I think we're gonna make it. See how they are missing some of the attacks. For example, they are that 0, the rat missed, or am I missing a lot of the attacks? That's a critical, for example, and they are all dice rolls, continuous dice rolls. In that sense, I almost forgot it. The legendary, another great gaming story that I told in the first stream of Hell in London, how we made the transition from turn-based to real-time combat. It's always fascinating. With Diablo 1 would be that's with Diablo 1, not even with Diablo 2. Diablo 2 popularized it, but Diablo 1 is the one responsible for that. I always love that's why I told the story in the first stream of Hell in London. How David Brevik, one of the creators of, one of the developers over at Blizzard North, how it's actually, you know what it is? He turned down a clock to 0. He turned down the clock to 0 of the real-time with post-combat of Baldur's Gate. Diablo 1 was going to be very, very similar to Baldur's Gate in its combat mechanics, similar to these ones, like real-time with pause, with the internal dice rolls. The fact that Diablo 2 doesn't have the same concept of internal turns that the player doesn't see because the animations are in real time in the case of this game, but they are still in Baldur's Gate and in this game. The internal concept of time, it's a set amount of seconds per turn. That's where the lines blur, because they are not kind of like strict turns like in Japanese RPG games that, you know, people that those ones I cannot take them. If there's one genre that I cannot take, it's turn-based Japanese RPGs, because they don't have a sense of territory. They don't have a sense of like Final Fantasy. They don't have a sense of internal dice rolls. It's just static checks without the dynamism that Baldur's Gate added to them. It's true that they are kind of like older than Baldur's Gate, so it was a natural evolution at the end of the day. But, and I definitely respect if you like kind of like static turn-based Japanese RPGs, for example, Fire Emblem. I cannot stand something like Fire Emblem. I cannot stand it. But Real Time with Pulse, I love it because of the internal dice rolls. You know which one is the most magnificent example of this? It's Morrowind. Morrowind is an amazing example. So I couldn't cure them. Don't know exactly why. We're also poisoned. Could it be that we made it to the end? Or not? First let me save. Now I see that the boss of the multi-layer dungeon is up ahead, as I am limping. I am getting there bit by bit. And now we go up against the big bad final boss of the multi-layered dungeon. Amazing animation, huh? That it's not smog, it's kind of like fog. It's not smoke, it's kind of like fog. Amazing fog animation. You can see that when the footsteps there are active, are when we do a footstep, when there's a footstep, the fog around our shoes is pretty advanced. That animation, that fog animation, pretty advanced in that sense. Pretty good. I think we'll have to go back to the surface. Hey, it's already been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Wow, time surely flies. And with the intro celebrating October the 12th and everything.
We're already quite deep, the 4th level. I've never been deeper than this myself, so keep your eyes and ears open. If you need anything, come to me.
Just be careful if you go any further. No one knows for sure what's exactly lurks down there. Lurks down here. Only a true hero proven in battle and well equipped should brave this unknown peril. Trust the instinct of an old mountain dwarf. Alright, we'll do this, people. It's already been 4 hours and 15 minutes with my intro celebrating the day of the Americas, so we'll leave it here. We'll override both of them. I will heal myself before proceeding. Before proceeding, because we are. I would continue. Yeah, thank you, District DSO. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being the 31st follower of the Twitch channel and the 56th would be of the subscriber of the YouTube channel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. All of these underrated games definitely deserve much more praise, and I know that that it's difficult to find such underrated games about all of these underrated games. So it's a miracle whenever someone drops by my stream. As always, thanks to all 8 Discord members as well. Thanks to all followers of the Twitch channel in general. I know that a lot of you love watching them as bots as well. Precisely. Sorry. Looking forward for the bots. Good night. Sorry, District DSO, that I didn't have the previous bots, but yeah, the second I hit 50 followers, the first thing that I will enable is 15 days. 15 days bot storage. Until that moment, it's only 7, and that's why I always, whenever someone wants to worship, I said that stay tuned for the bots, because then this is what happens. See that there was a purpose for those of you watching this as a YouTube bot. Why did I say it? Thanks from the bottom of my heart, and happy day on YouTube. yeah. Then I upload them. The thing is that I don't have a lot of time to upload them continuously. I would have continued, but we were my characters were already dead. They were saying, "What the? I already have poison, broken limbs, and you want me to continue?" No, I will heal them before I start this stream on Tuesday, and on Thursday we'll get to the next case of analysis once we finish the final analysis of Singularity. So we'll do those ones, and on Tuesday I'll heal myself before starting the stream. I'll heal myself before starting the stream, because those were like checkpoints that I can go back to the 4th level. So pretty amazing. And last but not least, happy day of the Americas. Happy day of the Americas. I didn't stream on Saturday. Happy day of the Americas to all of us who inhabit either North or South America, from the bottom of my... you're also from the Americas. District. Happy day. Well, you could also be wishing happy day to me, because I'm in the Americas. North and South America, since I couldn't stream on Saturday, that was October 12th. Precisely, I was mentioning it at the beginning of this stream, and it's always sad that those white guilt theories and those things tell us that it wasn't a day to celebrate. It was definitely a day to celebrate. Otherwise, the Americas wouldn't be as beautiful as they are today, people. wouldn't be as beautiful with all of us here. The Spanish for South America and the British for South America, that they brought also their incredible cultural influence. Incredible cultural influence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Happy Day of the Americas. And see you all on Thursday when we'll begin the next case of analysis. The next case of analysis, now that we've finished with Singularity. Have a great week. Goodbye, District DSO, and special thanks for discovering my metaphysical reviews. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and see you all on Thursday. Have a great week. There we go.